Hello. slowly but surely, I'm getting us ready. Don't you worry. I just still posting in all the different places. So yeah. So good news. It doesn't look like it looks like there was just a momentary lapse in dropped frames in the network. It doesn't look like it was done because of my unraid server or anything like that though. So I'm not entirely certain like why it was doing that kind of fuck up. I don't know. I don't exactly have the tools to do like a full-on investigation right now and it give me all the deets and what have you. It is what it is. But yeah, just need to get the last few areas done, crack open a cold one, and have, you know, something of a chat. See what there is, what we can do. All sorts. Ding, dong, ha-bam, ha-bum, ha-bing, ha-dong, bam. Hmm. Uh, uh, Sorry, I just needed to, like, just having a look at things. Mm. Have a dance break. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Down tonight. Nah. So yeah, hi everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome. Zach, thank you for being here first. So yeah, so far, so good. My weight has been going down, which is rather nice. I've been incorporating into the evening. Sorry, not into the evening. I've been incorporating into my morning since, you know, I'm not going to work and I've just been streaming to you guys starting in the morning. I've incorporated doing some walking with the walking pad in front of my desk or something like that. So I'll do it for like, you know, 30 minutes at least, which, you know, will get about half my, what's Mahuzi done? You might be a 3D zebra, but you're one of the sweetest, most genuine person. I think it's because I am a 3D zebra that I get to be a genuine, sweetest person. Because this is all you see of me. You don't see a 3D zebra out in the... Like, I can't Ellen DeGeneres this thing. They're like, oh, what makes this streamer different? And it's like, oh, the streamer is nice. It's more of a case of what makes this streamer different. Well, he is a 3D zebra, and it's because of a 3D zebra that I'm nice and what have you. So then when I'm not streaming, I'm not a 3D zebra, and no one can fault me when I have a fucking crisis of faith, or I decide to, like, you know, sling insults at my friends. It's all in good jest. Who's messaging me? Bam. Boom. Oh, it's just Kahlua telling me all the best. Yay! Also, I took the plunge. I messaged Kahlua. Ooh, I messaged I mentioned the Gucci feline, and I was just like, hey, I need to get new jeans, and I was gonna go to this place, Ace, and it was gonna be, you know, during late night shopping. Would you like to hang out? I was so nervous, and then within minutes, literally 1 minute, it's like, woo, yeah, I'm there. Anyway, I was gonna go shopping anyway, so this matches up perfectly, and I was just like, oh my god. So yay, I get to hang out with another furry IRL, instead of it just being a case of, why am I so lonely? So yeah. Hi there, Jane. Welcome back, by the by. Hi there, Deakus. Welcome, welcome. I don't think I have any of my moderators online, so I'm gonna give Deakus a shout out. Is there a good number of people? Wait, no, hang on. Velk! I see you, Velk! Oh, I see how it is. Velk! You're a moderator. You can shout out Deakus. You can do your duties. Oh! Also, fuck you, Velk, for, like, you know, breaking my fucking... Because here's the thing. I didn't know this about the Elder Scrolls, like elves and what have you. A long time ago, I pointed out that most elves will fit in one of, like, they'll fit in this spectrum of, they'll fit in this spectrum of either, oh, you know, we were once from a high and mighty empire, but then the passage of time and the dissolution of magic has ruined our empire, and whatever history is slowly being lost, and we are now subjugated by lesser species, and we are no longer able to compete with them, and our once proud people are now subjugated, and they're tree huggers and what have you. So you either have that side of the elves, or you have eat shit and die, you fucking degenerate monkeys. Like, that's the two sides of elves you get in fantasy. You either get woe is me or kill yourself. Those are the two sides you get. And I thought that dark elves from Morrowind and what have you and Elder Scrolls were more on the oh, woe is us and such. Because I remember in Skyrim there was like a fucking volcano that goes off and like nearly and like or some rather. So it's like a rarity, and there was like DLC in Skyrim so you could go to Morrowind or something like that, but only like the shores of Morrowind. I hear monkey, you summon me. Hello? Hi there, Davy boy. But yeah, no babes, they're on the kill yourselves side. So is that all the elves in Elder Scrolls? Because I knew the high elves were fucking assholes. I know those guys are, politically speaking, eat shit and die. Like, I know they were that, and then I was recently, you know, given the information that wood elves were not on the woe is us as we hug the trees. They're instead in the eat shit and die while we eat you. They're cannibals, apparently. I didn't know this. Velt decides to tell me about this. I could have... That muddies the water on my spectrum of, like, woe is us or eat shit and die elves spectrum. The drow are very elitist. Is every... The Dremmer. Yeah. So the dark elves are drow or... No, not drow. Dremmer. Drow is Dungeons and Dragons. That one I know is very fucking elitist, and it's the women that are elitist as well. Dark elves are slavers. Fuck! Just can't get it. Ah, well, fuck it. Every elf species in the Elder Scrolls series then is just, you know, on the eat shit and die side. But only if they're furry. Wait. Only if they're What do you mean if only they're... So, like, they enslave the Khajiit? Or are you saying the Khajiit are slavers as well? Now you got me lost. Also, let me just crack open a cold one. Cracking open a cold one with the boys. They enslave Khajiit and are... Oh, okay. So they're explicitly... Honestly? Crazy. Like... If you told me that they were enslaving red guards of any of them that crossed over the border from the Uzi cliffs and shit, I would have believed you. They're racist. Yeah, they're elves. Alright, cool. So from what it sounds like, Elder Scrolls elves, all of them are on the eat shit and die list. They're on that side. They're on the racist side, superiority complex and shit like that. So... excuse me. Nose. But yeah, so, cross that off. Oh, you can get Uniqlo and what have you cross that off. Excellent. So yeah. But yeah, if you'll notice on the category, like, down below there that, I don't have a video game picked right now. We're currently in the phase of, you know, just doing whatevers. We're just having a little chat, a little chin wag. And the reason for it is because, well, I have no fucking idea what it is I want to play, and there is a lot of games that have now entered into my whatsamahoozies thingy-madiggy. Oh, I should also probably, where was I going? Da 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 da. Sorry, there was just something I had to write in a Discord really quick. Anyway, where is my Opera GX? There's my Opera GX. So, here is my current backlog. Oh, Shadow of War. We finished that. We've actually finished Shadow of War right now. So that's in the games. So we finished Shadow of War. So we're still going through the Mafia trilogy, but I'm wanting to keep the Mafia trilogy on the Monday. So Monday is Mafia. So next week, I think next week I'm not working next week either. So that can be a morning stream where from morning until like late in the afternoon we go through Mafia 2, which should be pretty good. Monster Hunter Wilds, that is going to be this Saturday. That is going to be this week's quote-unquote community game. I've posted in my Discord my hunter code, but more importantly the squad code, so then that way anyone that wants to like join in, I'll have a squad lobby. All of this will be explained on Saturday when I do the community stream. I should probably post something about that. Dark Souls I kind of dropped, but I might go back into it at some point, although I'd probably need to start from the beginning for Dark Souls 2, so that's probably going to be like a later in the year kind of title. Final Fantasy XIV, always going through that. I tell myself I'm not a Final Fantasy XIV streamer, but when I look at my stats, look at this. Hang on a second. When I look at my stats, my most streamed game is fucking Final Fantasy XIV Online, and it's not even a competition. 633 hours of Final Fantasy XIV. Nothing even comes close. Nothing else. The next best thing is when I blitz through Kingdom Hearts for 6 months, and it's all slapped into the one title, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 remix. That is like 5 games in one, and all 5 of those games don't even make it to like half of my stream thingy-majiggy for Final Fantasy XIV. Followed up by Baldur's Gate 3, which, I'll be real with you, that one is a legitimately good fun time. I very much want to go through more. I want to go through Baldur's Gate 3 again, quite frankly. So, actually, hang on a second. Frames I want to start. So, enter in a new line. Baldur's Gate 3. And I want to do a Dark Urge playthrough. I want to try and do a Dark Urge playthrough with no save scumming, no reboots, in a way. So it's one of those cases of, oh, if I fuck up on a roll, and like I do end up like killing something or rather, then I have to commit to it and just continue on with the story. Let's see. Atomfall. Oh my god. I haven't even done Atomfall, and that was on one of my to-do thingy-madiggies. The Final Fantasy XIV contagion spreads. I'm still here sending help. Nice. Thank you, Davey Boy, for giving me help. But yeah, it's so great. And then just chatting, slowly getting up there. 103 hours. 500 plus more hours, and then it will finally be in like a top 3 category and maybe even overtake Final Fantasy XIV, but that's gonna take a while. I don't do a lot of just chatting, so I'm honestly surprised that this has gotten up to 103 hours. Because I only do, like, you know, maybe an hour or 2 hours of streaming involving just chatting. So it's kind of funky that has gotten up to 100, which means I've done at least 10 streams involving just chatting like these ones. Play what makes you happy, like a full replay of the Kingdom Hearts series. You know what's... Okay. You know what would make me go through the Kingdom Hearts series again? I would go through the Kingdom Hearts series again if it was one of those protagonist remeshes. Because I've seen this being done with not Barkley, what's his name? I saw this with a furry streamer, and I've seen this with more than one furry streamer, but they've taken their persona and they've put it in the game, which I think is really clever, and I love that. And I would definitely play through Kingdom Hearts like 1 and 2 again if that was happening. If it doesn't happen in all the games, that's fine. I'll do it in the games that they do the mod for. Oh my god. Remember Titan Quest? Okay, Titan Quest over there. Titan Quest. Legitimately, I know the stats look low. Like, average 8, an average 8 viewers, a number of followers gained was 20, and it's like, you know, just under 100 hours. But that game there, Titan Quest, that honestly is what I see as my quote-unquote big break. That game it wasn't in a lot of people's radars. I decided to play it because it was in my library. I had the anniversary edition, and that one I played a lot of hours into, like, you know, in a day kind of lot of hours. Like, I'm pretty sure that was where I started doing it, like, regularly, and I was starting to get a lot of people joining in and being like, hey, this looks pretty fun, and, you know, sitting in and what have you. Kingdom Hearts is probably the other one as well, because I know that's how I got Uranea Zack. Davey Boy, you definitely got in here because of Final Fantasy XIV. I want to say, Dekus, you caught wind of me either at Titan Quest or in one of the other games that wasn't, like, you know, thingamadiggy here. Hi there, Joe. Couldn't think of a name. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. But yeah, look at this. Like, an average of, like, 3.8 days a week. And this is, like, that's, like, my various metrics. I've gone through 135 games on stream. That is kind of crazy. Out of, like, how many? 764 days. How many years is that? That's, like, the equivalency of, like, what, 2 years worth of streaming? Funnily enough, I found you through just chatting, then Final Fantasy XIV. Ah... I can't remember when I walked in on you, but I do remember I found you by recommendation and saw a big buff zebra and thought, why not? Exactly! Why not? So, yeah. I was in the same dungeon as you and Code in Final Fantasy XIV, and we had an impatient DPS that was running ahead of us. Oh! Was that, that was... okay. I want to say... So, it's either it was either Stormblood or late, because me and Code, like, so I got ahead of Code during, Shadowbringers. That's when I got ahead of Code. So, that would have been either Stormblood, like, right at, sort of at the start of Stormblood, or it would have been, like, late Heavensward is where I'm thinking we, grouped up. Because... yeah, Code was with me, like, very much from the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV. There was some times that he didn't have a subscription, so I was, like, getting ahead of him from those times. Level 59, early Heavensward. Right, nice. So, yeah, because I remember I tried to do, like, a big pull, like, in Stormblood, and that's when I, as a tank, was responsible for a wipe, and I felt really bad for that. I think I was doing fairly alright in Heavensward then as well. But yeah, no, that was awesome. That's cool. I imagine, like, if I poll people of, like, oh, what's a game you've seen me play and shit, you first saw me play and such, it's gonna be, like, you know, from here or what have you. Let's see, what are some other games that have, like, entered into the zeitgeist? Oh, let me just update my backlog. So, games/series I've started. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm probably gonna drop Forza Horizon 5. So, Forza Horizon 5. I'm gonna drop that. I'm gonna put in South of Midnight, Blueprints, and Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. There we go. Alright, what are some... Look at that. Look at that. Like, the distribution. 22%. Nearly a quarter of my streams... Nearly a quarter of my streams have been because of Final Fantasy. Let's see. So, things that got pushed out. So, the top 3 are in the 100 hours area, with the, you know, the first one being like 600 hours. I don't know how I get these crazy max viewers, though. This and that feel way out of proportion. So, Oh, yeah, and this one here. Anything above 50, I don't trust it. I don't think I got to that organically. So like many of these would have been because of raids, for instance. Let's see. So, Dragon Age the Veilguard, that one was pretty fun. I probably went through that a little bit quickly, but you know, I kind of was able to sort of spread out that speed once I made it like, oh, we're doing a Veilguard like sweep week. That one was pretty fun. God of War Ragnarok, that's when I started doing the throwing system, but I think no, I did the throwing system back at, it was either at God of War or God of War Ragnarok. One of those two I started doing the throwing system. Black Myth Wukong, that one, I think I was very much just, you know, sitting on my petard there, not really doing any engagement. Oh my goodness, art channels. Those. Now, the art channel, that would have been when I was trying to do 3D modeling and what have you, and then I really quickly lost interest because I realized that most of the time I was in the art channel, I wasn't really making anything good. Growing system? No, throwing system. The growing system came in at around about... Hang on a second. Last scene. The growing system would have been done at around about... Further back than this. The throwing system... Sorry, the growing system. Sorry, not throwing. Growing. The growing system was really early. The growing system would have been... Oh my god, I played New World on stream? Crazy. Let's see. I want to say... It would have either been at Miles Morales or The Surge 2. Oh my god. There are some games here that I've, like, it's really been a long time since I played it. Oh my, like, some of these are, like... Okay, yes, I finished Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I'm kind of surprised that Mass Effect Legendary Edition only took me 20... It took me less than 25 hours. I thought Mass Effect Legendary Edition had way more in it than that. It might... Oh, I thought GrantZeebs. Oh no, GrantZeebs would have been done during March, and that was done last year. That was only done like in 2024. I did not do it in 2023. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Mass Effect Legendary Edition, it only took me like, you know, basically the equivalent of a day. It took me the equivalency of a day to get through it. Subnautica, yeah, 4 hours sounds about right. Overlord, Broforce, I've not even finished. Overlord 2, I somehow did faster. Maybe because that was offline streaming then. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. That one, yep, was probably able to go through that really quickly. And you'll find, like, further up, like, I probably have the Skywalker Saga somewhere. Oh my god, Iron Harvest, I fucking hated. It crashed at the end as well on the final mission, which was really annoying. Destroy All Humans. Crazy to think that that's just a 6-hour game. What's this? Your most or least played? This is a list of... So these are when you've... So this is just the order of, like, last seen. So if the game was, like, last seen the 31st of May, 2021, I've either dropped it or I finished it. So, finished, dropped, finished, dropped, finished, dropped, finished, technically dropped, but I can always come back to it. Finished. Crazy to think that Far Cry 6 took more time than Mass Effect. Finished, dropped, finished. That one took a lot of work. That one's a finished, Returnal. That one was dropped. Gardic Phone is, you know, free to thingamadiggy. That one I played again on the PlayStation, and this would have been when I put in the throwing system. So this would have been 2022 was when I put in the throwing system. Finished now sounds like finished. I don't know what that word is. Horizon Forbidden West, finished that. Yep, that was 35 hours, open world. Elden Ring took me a while, but we got that done. Almost took me 50 hours. Interesting to see that the Lego Skywalker Saga Was that less time that... No, that was more time. Okay, cool. So we got another 7 hours out of... We got 7 more hours out of the Lego Skywalker saga because of the sequel trilogy. Mario Party Superstars, that was pretty fun. Hitman 3, we've not finished that, but that one is a weird kind of progression. Angerfoot, that was a demo. I kind of want to play it when it comes out. I think it is out, and I've just not purchased it. Control, that was fun. We finished that. Forza Horizon 5, we dropped that. Oh my goodness, Alan Wake Remastered. That is another I'm going to need to put on my list. Alan Wake. So I don't have the second Alan Wake game, but that's going to need to be on my to-do list at some point. BioShock, Titan Quest. Actually, I should just have them all on one list, so then that way I'm able to just, like, flip through it. So yeah, Titan Quest, there it is. We got that done back in 2022. Stray, that was a short and sweet game. Monster Hunter Rise. Code introduced me into Monster Hunter, and we played together during Rise. We went through a lot more of the village missions, rather than, like, you know, the personal quest line, so didn't go very far with that. Multiverses, I played with Scribbly Noodle, because he was, like, really good at fighting games. Metal Hellsinger, that was my first time playing a rhythm game, and I didn't do as well as I thought I could. It was very difficult trying to keep in, you know, keep in beat with the songs. Phasmophobia, dropped. Scorn, finished. Overwatch 2, played it because, you know, everyone else was playing it, and I was like, well, let's see what it's like. Solitaire Collection was fun. Darktide, I still got. Evil West, I finished that. High on Life, I dropped. High on Life was really fucking grating on my ears. Like, there are some bits of Rick and Morty that are funny and that are like insightful and what have you, but getting High on Life, and we're getting the guy that with our main gun being, I don't know, it was really annoying on me. It would have been funnier if the gun rather than doing sci-fi noises, it probably would have been just as fun if there wasn't as much dialogue and the gun, like the talking gun, was making reload and shooty noises, like reload. Like, I think that would have been one. I 100% get that for High on Life. I couldn't watch it, let alone play it. Yeah. So, less than 3 hours in, I was just like, nah. BioShock 2 Remastered. Yep, we got that done. Dream Drop Distance. Interesting that took us, like, 22 hours to do. So, going by that logic, let's see. So yeah, 5 or 6 games to get through that. Kingdom Hearts Chi, that was just to watch it. We finished Dead Space. We dropped Atomic Heart because, I don't know, it just didn't... It felt like a very weak version of... it felt like a weak BioShock is what it felt like. The Finals, played a little bit. It's an always online game. We finished Kingdom Hearts 3. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was pretty good. We finished the Resident Evil 4 remake. That one, interesting. It only took me less than that. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I played this before on, like, off stream and such, so playing it on stream, I'm noticing a pattern where if I've played the game, like, off stream prior, I can go through it relatively quickly because I know the things I can skip and the things I can keep. Jedi Survivor was twice as long. That one took a little bit more. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, literally never heard of it. Bookie. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is a fucking... It's a fun game. It's a point-and-click detective adventure, and it's really simple. You get it done in like 4 hours, as it shows there. And that was with me narrating. You could probably get it done quicker than 4 hours. It's a short and sweet game. It's lovely. It really has the vibes of, oh, like, you know, everyone but Eggman is friends in that game. So, honestly, I'm surprised that Sonic hasn't made, like, a Sonic Racers or their own, like, mini-games thing. Because they've done a Mario and Sonic Olympic games, but they've not done a, like, a Sonic like its own mini game thing or Sonic karaoke or anything like that. Where was I? Jedi Survivor, we got that done. Fall Guys, we did a little bit of it. We played it with Giga Shake. It was a lot of fun. Not likely going to be playing it by myself. Melody of Memory. Oh my god, so many fucking copywritten songs in there. But I liked it. It was fun. The annoying bit is I can no longer play that on my PlayStation 5. Because here's the thing is I did play some of Kingdom Hearts off stream. And for whatever reason, it will not let me restore my license to continue playing this. Tears of the Kingdom? Oh, a mixture of playing it off stream and playing it on stream. So, I've probably put more than 30 hours into it. Oh my goodness, Final Fantasy 16, I've dropped that. I dropped that game and I had the opinion that it wasn't what I wanted from a Final Fantasy game trying to do the live action thing. Or not the live action, but the action combat rather than its turn-based thing. Destiny 2, we dropped that, but to be real with you, it's a game as a service and it's doing it very weirdly. Street Fighter 6, we dropped that. We still haven't finished the story. Baldur's Gate, we dropped that. Dark and Darker is always online. Dying Light 2, Stay Human. I might need to get back to that at some point. Art, Starfield. Oh my god, we dropped Starfield. We haven't finished Lies of P. Mortal Kombat. Interesting that it only took us 7 hours to go through the story. Final Fantasy 16 was honestly amazing. I feel like Final Fantasy 16, they told me it was going to be like Devil May Cry, and I don't know why, but I just had a terrible time. Like, because I had one kind of thought about what Final Fantasy, like, the franchise was for me, what this game was trying to be, and then, you know, just the weird parts in my head that were like, oh, this is like Game of Thrones. This is doing some Game of Thrones stuff that you're not normally a huge fan of because it's all about, like, you know, political social intrigue and it tries to do, you know, morally complex shit, and it's like, no, like, this is high fantasy should have some very simple fucking morals. It should not have, you can't do the complexity play. So, yeah, anyway, Lies of P, we might need to get to back to that at some point. Spider-Man 2, we did finish that. Oh man, that was 2023. We need to get back into Armored Core 6. Holy shit, it's been a year and a half since I played Armored Core. Yeah, if you haven't heard already, Dark and Darker has a PvE mode now. It's really good. Nice. That's what, okay. Hi there, Sash. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Here's my opinion about the extraction genre. Marathon almost goes through this. I do want to play actually, I should probably open up Steam and see if I can get the Marathon whatsamahoozies. Not Warathon, Marathon. I should probably, like, you know, see if I can add to wish list. Ignore all. Is there a way to... The game plans to... Where's the thingy-madiggy to do the, blah, 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 blah. There's, like, an open beta thing. Hang on a sec. Now I need a... There's, like, an open beta thing with Marathon. But, yeah, there's two things that There's, like, two things that the extraction-based genre needs. Number one, it needs to be friendly for people that do not want to, Alright, so if we do play... No. Just... Latest updates, what's in the alpha, what's not, and dropping the NDA. Alright, so how we define weapons... It's important to note, it's not the complete game. It does not include... all the runners, all the zones, pinnacle and endgame, weapons, factions, long-term progression systems, the complete narrative and storytelling system, and final shipping content. Cool. Question is, how do I get to the news media creators? Language. But yeah, so... Number one, they need to make it so that it's, you know, fine for people who are Okay, we appreciate your interest in applying for the... Please note at this time, access is prioritized in North America as we run a technical test. However, for the creator Discord are open to creators worldwide. Thank you for all your support. Ew. Ding. Twitch. And Blue Sky. Young. Twitch. Add. Ding. Bong. Where is my Blue Sky? GrantZeebs. There we are. Cool. Grab that before it gets exposed. Alright. What is your primary social media account? Blue Sky. Genre of content. Just a gamer. Preferred platforms. PC. Actually, can I put in VTuber? Nope, I cannot put in VTuber. Collaboration interests. Early access playtesting and... yeah. Just those things. To confirm, please authorize and submit with one of the following. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitter. Oh. Is TikTok a thing? Sure. And then... alright, but yeah. So, make it friendly for PvE enjoyers. Because here's the thing. PvP, when you play the extraction-based genre, what you are doing is you're getting people who love hardcore PvP, which is, oh, if you die, you lose all your loot and shit like that. Way too many games in the past have tried to do the hardcore PvP for MMORPGs, and it's not been fun. The people that harp on about, like, oh, why do you have to do skill-based matchmaking? I have to work so hard to enjoy the game. The skill-based matchmaking is not for you, sweaty tryhard. The skill-based matchmaking is to avoid people of lower skills getting thrown into higher skills. The whole point is to avoid predatory gamers hitting smaller time gamers. Sure, when you remove it, the predatory aimers get to have more fun because there's an opportunity for them to hit at the lower, quality gamers. But conversely, way more of the not so good at games do not like the removal of skill-based matchmaking. And there is way more, I'm just, playing games for like 30 minutes a day. Please don't let me try hard. I'm not really good at this. There's way more of those guys. Way more of these, low floor, low skill ceiling kind of people than there is the high skill floor ceiling. The skill-based matchmaking is to prevent those two areas from going here. You want to keep them separate, okay? Because the guys at the very top, sure, they're going to complain if they have to go against sweaty tryhards. But guess what? You got up there because you yourself are a sweaty tryhard who started here and was not having fun there and decided to go bam, 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 bam. So yeah, so that's the first thing, is you need it. So skill-based matchmaking, PvE helps with like the extraction genre, quite frankly. And Marathon looks to be going further into that route, where there's a lot more sort of Easter egg hunting and puzzles and what have you, which is more in the PvE side than there is in the PvP. So think of COD Zombies, for instance. Yes, Call of Duty is a PvP game more often, but there's a load of people that play COD Zombies for the PvE and the exploration of story and Easter egg. That's what the PvE, like, extraction genre benefits from. Now, the second thing, and this one is a lot harder to do because, what I'm about to say is probably in the same realm of, oh, if you want good games, you should make good games in the first place. Like, yeah, everyone does that. Like, that's not a fucking news flash, and everyone goes into making video games with the intention of making good video games, so you're going to need to do better than that. But this is the piece that I imagine is one of the issues with the extraction-based genre right now. You need to have narrative. You need to you can't just have it where it's like, oh, here are some goblins, kill the goblins. Here are some wraiths, kill the wraiths. Here's a troll in a room, kill the troll. You need to have more than that. You need to have, like, you can't make it like really, really difficult to find, okay? Dark Souls has a good mixture of hard to find lore and easy to find lore. And the easy to find lore gives you like God damn it, Irenaea Zach. I'm explaining things. You personally feel the PvE is a huge step forward in making Dark and Darker accessible to everyone, and you love that? I would give Dark and Darker another try for the PvE, I will be real with you, but there's way too many games in my backlog. But yeah, so the second thing is introduce a narrative for players to get into. You're ranting, and I want to know how you got down this rant. We're talking about the extraction-based genre. We're seeing a number of people starting to get into the extraction-based genre, and there's some people that are like, oh, there's too many of them out there. No, there isn't. There isn't too many out there. There is about 9,000 plus games on Steam released a year. The extraction-based genre is not that big. And what's more is a lot of people do like the extraction-based genre. We've seen that with Dark and Darker, The Hunt Showdown, Repo, Lethal Company. Guess what? Those games are extraction-based genres, and they're PvE. I'm talking about Repo and Lethal Company, because what are they mechanically? Four players, you get into a you know, generated map algorithmically. You find objects, you survive, and you bring them with you to get out, and you use that to, you know, grow your currency and what have you. All of that is fun, but you need to give people you need to give them a good narrative. You need to give them a narrative that is hitting them over the head. Giving them, like, small bits and pieces of, like, you know, oh, everything is a wasteland, and you hop from planet to planet. That's not really enough. Like, you need to give them, like, with Deep Rock Galactic, for instance. Oh my god, Deep Rock Galactic is an extraction PvE. Are we doxing Grant's data? No, we're not doxing my data. Sorry, I was just sitting on the marathon thingy-majiggy because we were looking at my stats, and we saw, like, Dark and Darker earlier on, and yeah. I don't know what makers and crafting is. I have no idea why I was in that genre. Ultimate Chicken Horse, that was fun. God of War Ragnarok. So yeah, so Smash Bros. Ultimate, would love to play more of that. Interesting. Oh yeah, February 2024. Kiwami. So yeah, so it was around, yeah, so 2024 was when I was going through Yakuza, and we got up to so we got Yakuza 3 done, and it looked like I was in Yakuza 4. Yeah, I was in Yakuza 4 until February. It took me like a year to get through like 5 games of Yakuza, not even 5 games. Don't you mean Dork and Dorker? Dork and Dorker. Dork and Dorker. Camera Obscura, I wasn't a huge fan of that. Astrobot, oh my god. So much fun. I love Astrobot. This, like, that game, more of that, please. Give us more of mechanically rich platformers. And I just realized that after we went through Astrobot, we went through Camera Obscura, which is a way worse platformer. So I probably spoiled myself by having cream of the crop quadruple A quality. And then I'll go to, here's an indie game that gives you a camera. Is there anything else to it? No, sir. Oh my god, Fitness and Health. That was when I was doing the treadmill thing. That was pretty good. I was mentioning to Grant that Dark and Darker got a PvE recently. Yeah, it did. Yep, so we went through Yakuza 4, got that done in February. We did Monster Hunter World. That one was pretty fun. And we've dropped Monster Hunter World to do Monster Hunter Wilds. I lost people while playing games and demos. Jackbox Party Pack. Yeah. Ninja Gaiden Sigma. That one was honestly kind of okay. Probably would go back into that if I could. We finished the Untitled Goose Game. That took me less than 2 hours to get done. Really? Okami took me 40 hours. I'm honestly shocked. I'm honestly shocked it took me 40 hours to get through Okami. The festival event should be up. Oh, thank you. Oh, that reminded me, Sashera. For any of you that are not aware, this week's community stream, this Saturday morning, The community stream is going to be Monster Hunter Wilds. I have posted in my Discord the squad code for the Himbo squad. I will be hosting a squad lobby Saturday morning. If you are not part of the squad lobby, get the squad code, request an invite, and I'll let you in. We are going hunting, okay? It doesn't have to be, you know, a continuous progression of explicitly my main storyline. It can be the side quests. It could be your side quests. You could probably throw up an SOS flare, and we'll do that. It's gonna be fun. Lord, and what's more is I'm probably gonna be able to play that even if I was by myself. But I would like to not be by myself. So please, won't you? Please, won't you help me in the... Please, won't you help me in Monster Hunter Wilds? Please? Also, it's in... So, yeah. Shadow of War, we got that done. Final Fantasy XIV, 600 hours. Jesus. 16 hours for Mafia? Fair enough. It's a linear progression. Mafia 2, 3 hours? Fair enough. I don't know what variety is. I think variety might be like the thingy-madiggy between Mafia and Blueprints, because I did do a little bit of a gap, and then I went into Blueprints. 10 hours of Blueprints, and we still haven't gotten to the end, so we still need to get that. Can you buy me Monster Hunter Wilds? You don't have it? What do you mean you don't? There's like 13 people that have Monster Hunter... What do you mean you don't have it? Money. In the immortal words of Frederick Engels to his from Darwin to Frederick Engels, baby needs money. And in the immortal words of Spice 8 Rack, baby needs money! Jesus Christ, Carl! Has any of you seen that? Like, baby needs money! Baby needs money! What in the world? Why isn't that working? Ah, okay, yep. There we go. Ding. I don't have money, but I have my love and affection, and I strongly appreciate that, Uranea Zach. I thank you for the love and affection you give me. I feel you, Code. I feel you. Has to cancel all her subscriptions recently. Oh no! What about your critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70? With no restrictions on playtime, you won't be able to play Final Fantasy XIV. If you're talking about, like, you know, TV show and movie subscriptions, however, fuck that. Get on the high seas. Your bank account currently has $2.88 in it. Yep, Final Fantasy XIV is gone. No! Where's my button? Where's the thingy-madiggy? No! Don't worry, chat. I'm back. I'm still here. But yeah. But no, there's like 60 games in my wish list or some shit like that. And always at the top of my list is going to be Substance 3D Painter, because that is going to be a... Why is it $30? Oh, no, the subscription is $30. The entire game is like 200 some dollars. I am poor, but I'm also too ugly for OnlyFans. Same there, Ernea Zach. I've had the unnamed Yeen tell me, oh, if you want to get more viewers, You should start like leaning into all of the bara enjoyers. I should be doing things such as like I should be doing the bend and snap. I should be doing all kinds of flirting and such. But I'm gonna be real with you. I am a terrible flirter. No, don't you dare deny my gift code! I bought that with love and affection, and I got it for you before the stream in with the community, so you have plenty of time to go and massacre as many of your favorite creatures as you can, and you can... Yay, you accepted my gift. You got that Tism Riz. I ain't risen them with the Tism. I don't know what you're on about. I need to review my my wish list, because there is a lot of games on here that I can probably drop or rearrange. Like, do I really need Cult of the Lamb? I don't know what In Stars and Time is. Nobody Wants to Die. I feel like that's like the AI thingamadiggy. Oh, the Metal Gear Solid series. I think I can get rid of that one, because I do have the I do have it on my PlayStation, so we'll get rid of that. Balatro, I'm gonna get rid of that because that's on the Xbox Game Pass, and quite frankly, I can just play it there, or I can play it on my mobile phone, which is where I purchased it. Yep, we're keeping to the Dragon Quest. Liar's Dice, I'm gonna get rid of that. Dead Island 2, I've got that on PlayStation, I believe. Outer Wilds, I've never played Outer Wilds before. That's on my to-do list. Prototype 1 and 2, I want to give that a try. I don't know if Hello Kitty Island Adventure is. I'm just looking through my my Steam thingy-majiggy right now. Also, there's a game called Mega Bonk, which is really funny. Duck Detective. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. The Altars. Okay, so The Altars is a recent one I saw. It looks pretty fun, so that's on my to-do list as well. But yeah, anywhoosies. So yeah, hi there, Angrel. We wishlist housekeeping. Just a little bit of wishlist housekeeping. Just a little bit. But there's like 58 things in my thingy-madiggy. I wonder if there's a way to, here it is. Ding, dong, bam. I wonder, what happens if you try and view that particular, what's-a-mahoozy thingy-madiggy, like, via an incognito window? Like, you've made too many, please. Well, it's not letting me get to that page, but yeah. I think, like, 85% of my wish list is all upcoming games. I have... Give me a second. Let me just have a look at how many of them are upcoming. Is there a way for me to make that... Sort by rank? Sort by release date. Here we go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 games. 7 games. That are early, that are, you know, not yet available. Have you seen Goblin Cleanup? The fuck is Goblin Cleanup? Goblin Cleanup. What in the world? What? Am I about to get some... Oh, wait. Hang on a... Oh, it's just Visceral Cleaner. It's just Visceral Cleaner. And you get to customize a goblin. This is probably going to annoy you, Sashera, but I do not care for dad simulators. So this, like, cleanup crew... Hang on a second. Let me just, So, let me just go to simulator, and I bet you... So, here's the thing. I don't want to do schedule 1, because that just looks like, oh, here's a job simulator for weed. Stardew Valley, fair enough. War Thunder, fair enough. Beam NG, Busybody. Why the fuck is... Okay, hang on a second, How is Once Human a fucking simulation? Hang on. Let me just look through... let me just, okay, so simulation. So yeah, so things like this, like Sunset Motel or Schedule I, the Farming and Supermarket Simulator, those games, I hate to break it to you, do not interest me as much as it does everyone else in their 30s and late 20s. I have a full-time job. I have to work with people. I already have my day busy with busy work. I don't need my video games giving me busy work. I don't want to be a cleanup crew in a fantasy realm. Sure, give me the custom goblins and shit, and maybe we'll do, like, I don't know, a fucking, like, dungeon crawl with goblins, or try and survive the heroes trying to, like, ruin the dungeons and what have you, but, you know, don't give me a, hey, your cleanup crew. Like, that's not fun in my head. Sure, I might make myself busy in Minecraft reinventing myself, but I'm not gonna be playing video games that are a job simulator. Farm Manager World, like this I would probably play. The Boba Tea Shop. Supercar Collection. Like, serious? 2 Point Museum? Maybe. Hollywood Mogul? Oh my god. Minutescape? Backrooms Cleanup. Like, look at that! Hang on, let me scroll down so you can see it. Backup Cleanup Crew. There's another cleanup game! We don't, like, Football Life Simulator. Why? Why do we need a football life simulator? Like, why does it, Horse racing. Out of the Park. Used Car Simulator. Rap House Simulator Prologue. Like, come on. 2 Point is a good series of a game. Yeah, okay, sure. It's like The Sims, but it encroaches closely into, like, the realm of, like, oh, you're just busy. Sure, it gives you a bit of a managerial and a little bit of fun, but it gets close. Monster Care Simulator. Like, kinda, but I don't know. Digging a Hole, I will be real. I did get this, wondering if I was going to play it, but probably not. Mountain Court, but yeah, like, games that are just, you know, games that are just having you do real life work, and if I thought you wanted to be a dad simulation, I don't want to be a dad. I don't want to play in dad simulators, is the point.
Uraniazak paid me to say, but, Grant, weren't you just talking about wanting to be a dad simulation streamer with games like Power Wash Simulator?
No, fuck off. Absolutely not. Dink. And then... So yeah. Who is to attend Pope Francis's funeral? Everyone. Everyone will be attending Pope Francis's funeral. But yeah, also, is Solo playing? Oh yeah, they're playing Helldivers right now. Giga's still playing there. Thingy-madiggies. Sorry, I'm just like fucking stalking. Oh, Tin's playing Darksiders. Good for them. But yeah, so alright, close that. We don't need that right now. So yeah, okay, but Power Wash Sim 2 is soon. .tm. Much excite. Sure, enjoy. You know why? You know why I think this is my conspiracy theory. The reason why people like the Power Wash Simulator or the Burger Flipper Simulator, because they're not going to get those things in real life. And even if they did, they don't want to do all the extra stuff involved with having a power washer. So basically, you won't... So, the Power Wash Simulator, you don't want to actually own a power washing company. And you don't own your own power washer to, like, clean up your driveway and such. There are just people here who just do it for the sake of it. Grant, don't call me out on stream like this. Hi there, Inception. Welcome to the stream. Free infinite water for cleaning. Yeah, but you're not playing those games for, like, the free infinite water. How dare. Alrighty, alrighty. Are we gonna play a game? Yes, we are. We'll play a game with Code the Yoshi at some point as well. Like, spoiler alert. Let's go and play... What are we going to play? You know what? I want to play more Blueprints. Back to Oblivion? Nah, Oblivion we only just played yesterday. I want to do a puzzle. I want to do more puzzles. I want to do Blueprints. We're gonna be doing more Blueprints. Refresh this. Dink. And then ding dong. Cause I have not yet figured out the I have not yet gotten to the conclusion of this game. And I want like we'll figure it out. I really need to pick up Blueprints. It's really good. It is fun. I will tell you this right now, Angrel. And it's hitting. Oh, I need to open up my notes. Hang on a second. I need to open up Excel. I need to open up the my notepad, and then photos I'm gonna need to open up as well because I was taking screenshots. There is a lot. All right, so ding dong. So I took a few. Let me just scroll back up to basically the top. So we got a family tree, we got a periodic table, and we've got a clue from the map because of like the paintings doing a thing that it says if we count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. So we've got that. So there's our allowance. We found 2 letters so far. Alright. Let's open up with the hallway. Oh wait, where's the key? I need to pick up the key before I forget. Here it is. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. So red notes are a lie. Let's see. So parlor would loop us back around. Sure, let's go with the storeroom. Gives us keys. I keep pressing E instead of left click because Skyrim had me pressing E to talk to people. So yeah. We did get to the antechamber at one point, and it got us a basement key, but I have no fucking idea how else we're gonna use that basement key. Let's see. So the pantry, the nook. We're gonna go with the corridor so we can get out from that particular point. And then we got the veranda. Greater chance of finding items requires 2. We got a spare green room. Let's go with the parlor. You're gonna go to lurk mode because you want to hold off spoils for this one. Oh, even when you get like what's-a-mahoozies, you're not gonna get spoiled, quite frankly. Alright, let's see. The gems are in the white box. Statements with the word white are always true. The statement on the white box is true. Fuck it. There's a lot of evidence pointing to white. So, yep, there we go. Alright, so chapel opens us in more places and costs us money. courtyard goes the wrong way around, so yeah. Let's go with chapel. Considering some elements, yeah, there are possible spoiler materials. Fair, fine, there could be. Alright, so we grabbed the gem. I probably should have done this. Alright, hang on. So, one is the farmer. Hang on. Gonna take some notes of these peeps. Ding. So, farmer holding a hoe. So that's one. What's two? Two is the baker with a, what's-a-mahoozy. What do you call that? Bread shovel. So that's two. And then farmer with a pitchfork is three. Chimney sweep is four. Bread shovel. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? Is four. Five is the maid with a broom. And then six is the jockey with the riding crop. Six. There we go. And then seven is the royal woman with the sword, with the scepter and shield. So royal scepter / shield is 7. I can read my Roman numerals. All right, so if you go off to the right, we get ourselves a great hall with 7 locked doors. That one's a fairly early one, quite frankly. And then over here, we get ourselves a den. I like the idea of the den, because then it gives us a gem. We do spend a coin getting it, though. I need a tool. Alright, nursery. Whenever you draft a bedroom, you gain 5 steps. Sure. We can make that one a side hit. Yep, so that gives us 5. Stage and sage. Yep, that makes tea. We've already done that particular puzzle. There's nothing in the cots. We get ourselves another gem. And yeah, and this is the Red Prince, where Marion Marigold did the story. So we're the Blue Prince, and then we have the Red Prince. And red notes always lie, and blue tells us the truth. So I'm wondering if it's because of that. I wonder if there's a way for us to, like, loop back around to the Great Hall. Because I don't want to spend our coin just yet. Let's go with the observatory. Because then that way we're able to, 5 dead-end rooms are more common today. So that's with 12 stars. 15 is everything is 50% off. Green moons are likely to contain special flowers, which is 20. I wonder if, like, something, like, serious happens when we get to that particular, you know, level. Jockey with the riding crop brought back memories for a moment. Did it now. Alright, we got ourselves a key. So, that's gonna be very helpful in the what's-a-mahoozy. You know what? Let's go with the bunk room. It gives us 2... It gives us 2 bedrooms. Or it should have. Yep, it gave us 2. Oh, and what do you know? 2 gems. That's actually rather thoughtful. I keep thinking we can grab something from here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We can't look up there. And then there's just the diary here, which we've already read. And then we've just got the fun little hamster going through its wheel, and it's got like a little bunk bed for himself. Tube and tub. Alright, so yeah, so we're gonna need to go through the, we're gonna need to go through the chapel again. And then we can go through the Great Hall. So we are going to do the, yep, so we're gonna need to use the key. And we're gonna go with power source. That way we have an opportunity to, get the power going. Because I think what we need to do is we need to draft one of the, rooms that requires power. Oh, one of the, thingamadiggies is turned off. Okay, that's not... Oh, yeah, because of this thing. Hang on. Then we activate it. And we'll see if we can open up that room. There we go. You miss After Dark? I don't miss the Brett Budweiser. Nice. Alrighty. We have a dark room. And then a pantry. Let's go with the dark room. Yeah, so then that way, that makes it so that it opens up to the other side. But we don't know... Let's see. Let's go with gold sink. Yeah, let's use a key. Special cost bypass. Well, that's not great. That's a dead end, but it does give us multiple keys. Strange we can't get a lockpick. Oh, we can get a lockpick kit. But, oh, I don't have any money! Bastard! Chart and cart. Hi there, Nano Gamer. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Alrighty. I don't want to go into the dark room just yet, because if we do, we're gonna have a bit of a problem. Because we don't have the... Oh, you son of a bitch. Seriously? Oh, lever. Thank you. So that opens... Alright, so Great Halls always have a lever, then. Yeah, I already took that note down. We get ourselves another key for our troubles, which is good. Alright, does this open up to a, hall? Yes, it does. Awesome. Please don't require a key. Okay, so we've got the hallway closet, which can give us items, and we've got a study. While drafting, you may spend gems to redraw floor plans up to 8 times. Let's go with the hallway closet, because we'll get an extra item for it. Metal detector, that's good. And lucky charms, thank you. And thank you. Alrighty. Now we have the opportunity. We lose gold going through here again, but we only had 1 coin, so it's not the end of the world. Alright. I'm not gonna be able to get the whatsamahoozies, I don't think, so we're gonna have to risk it here. So we've got a nook, a workshop. Gonna go with the drawing room. So, yep, and then that opens up that there. Oh, okay, so that gives us additional... Okay, so it doesn't matter if it goes... Alrighty, cool. So we still have you know, a means for the dark room to do a thing. But yeah, I wish I knew what the date... So, there's this thing here, which opens up that... So it opens up this, but we still need to figure out, like, what the passcode is. And there isn't really a way to figure that out. Because it's like, we've got a 3-er, a 3-er, and a 1. Maybe, hang on, maybe it's 1313. Let's give that a try. Hang on. 1313. Nah. So we need to figure out a date. And this thing here doesn't have a date, and I can't use the magnifying glass. The answer is always 42. No, it wasn't. And I know you've played this game. You've opened this. You're not looking for a date? Oh my god. Alright, let's have a look. So we got a clock. So we've got a man walking. We've got a horse. We've got a lady stepping forward. Why are they all running in directions? Hang on. So... 1, 2 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a hitchhiker's. You were being silly. I should have known. Shoot the safe open. We don't have a gun. Hang on. So we've got. Unless. Am I. Nah, there doesn't seem to be any other, like, indentations. There's nothing on this. He's got his hands crossed in a high chair. I don't have the hammer. So... he goes to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, wait. 6. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 minus 7, maybe? No, that doesn't sound right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no other paintings here. What do you give me? Each time you draw, you will draw 3, 4 panels from which you can select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do. 410 maybe. No, I can't read anything on that. Have you cracked open this particular safe before, Dazarus? Also, can we get a shout out for Dazarus, please? So... wait. 0... You cracked it. It took a... Wouldn't it be funny if the code represented the number of paintings per wall? Like, each wall represents the number of the code with the amount of paintings on it? Yeah, but that's a high number. So, like, I feel like it's something to do with the directions they're walking in. Because, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So, like, the first one is 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. See how, like, already we have 2 walls that do go into the double digits. So that can't work out there. So I feel like it has something to do with the walking directions. Like, that's my thoughts on it. So, hang on. So if I start with... So let's start with the first wall here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6...
Nani?
What if you only count the number walking in a specific direction? And the hint could be that because of... Okay, hang on a sec. So we're looking for ones walking to the left. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the first... So 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6, 5. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1. Alright, so 5, 6, 9, 1. 5, 6, 9, 1. Oh, 6, 5, 9, 1, sorry. 6, 5, 9, 1. One. 1, 6, 5, 9 then, maybe? 1, 6, 5, 9. 1, 5, 6, 9. So yeah, so that's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, 5, 9, and 1. Maybe it's 1965? Because they talk about dates. So this painting... So yeah, so that drawing told us about that there. Opens up that thing there. We've got that major man there. If it was a code with a date, whether it was day, month, or month, day, doesn't matter, but this say doesn't have a date answer. Well, that's annoying, because, like, the clue from the map was, like, if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. So... that's why I was thinking it was a date. That's why I was kind of hoping that there would be, like, maybe a timestamp on this thing. But it doesn't look like there is. Only 2 types of paintings. Okay, so... 1. Oh wait, no, hang on. 1... So, maybe because... So 1. 1, 2... 3... So 3... 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 4, 3. Let's try that. 1, 3, 4, 3. 3, 4, 3, 1. No. 2 types of painting. So maybe it's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe it's 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, so 1, 5, 3, 5, maybe? 1, 5, 3, 5. One. 2, 0. 1, 1, 2, 0, maybe? 1, 1, 2, 0. Nope. 1, 2. So 1, 2. And then 0 there. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 0, 3, perhaps? Pumpkin pie is in the oven? Oh, that sounds delicious. We're still in this room. We're still trying to figure out that fucking safe. Like... I feel... Did you remember to feed your goldfish? No, I don't have a goldfish. So... Alright, so Jack's gonna get going. Jack has apparently done this puzzle before. And solved it. And I don't know how they solved it. pine and pin makes E, and with the position that we're at, yep, that puts us into the safe, so that's E. So I'm trying to figure out... Because, yeah, so we tilted this thing, and so it lifts up this safe. Is it the same number of images as above the fireplace? So guy walking to the left. So 1, 2. So 1. Oh, so maybe it's just explicitly that. So 1, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 3, 4, 3, perhaps? 1, 3, 4, 3. Nah. That doesn't open it. Thank you, Nano Gamer. I thought it was because of the walking direction. So 1, 1, 2. Well, maybe it's 1. Maybe it's not to include horses. So 1, 2. Not to include the guy with his walking stick. So maybe it's 2 here. And then 1 here. So yeah, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. So maybe 1, 2, 1, 3? No. I feel like I need, like, another room to tell me a hint or something. Because we've not yet found all the rooms yet. We need a utility closet at one point. Tried all the red rooms. We've tried all the outer rooms. It being 1, 3, 1, 2 would be so funny. Let's have a look. 1, 3, 1, 2. No. No, it isn't. What's the portrait? Oh, so this is the portrait that we got. So he's sitting in his chair. He's got a mustache. The candlestick is crooked, which we did, which revealed that painting there. But yeah, there's no... So yeah, because, yeah, it's that chair there. Yeah, I just don't know. And I have, like, no money, so... Let's go with the security room. Need a hint? Not right now. Alright, cool. So that does the venting, which helps. Alright. He might need one. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Well, that's cool that the furnace did that for me. But now comes the problem where that makes a dead end. Yeah, I heard the dial-up tone more than once already. I just probably need just a different room to explain to me, like, the, yeah, I just need, like, a different, blah, 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 blah. I just need a different room to explain to me the drawing room, because there's probably, like, something in, like, either the meeting hall or one of the other ones that will do it. So, and... yeah, like, right now, like... yeah, it's yeah, everything here is closed off, so... and then we've got the fountain there. Let's see. Let's see what outer rooms we can get. Ah, god damn it! Alright, what's in the trading post? Dynamite, a little too dangerous to pick up. I feel like at some point I'm gonna need to pick that up. Lucky Rabbit's Foot can be traded for a silver key. The metal detector can be traded for a vault key. Oh, vault key 149. Okay, so it lets me do that. Yeah, nah, I'm gonna... wait, hang on. House history. I thought it said house settings. Let's call it a day. A rustic villa. Yeah, fuck you, rustic villa. And we've only made, like, one new room, which was, like, the lock-picking room. So we're gonna try and do, like, dynamite unlocks every door. I wish. Oh, I so wished for that shit. Alright, day 19. Here we go. Maybe we should just, like, try and look for new rooms entirely. Alright, let's have a look. So... right at the get-go, pantry and nook. I'm gonna go with the pantry first. Just so we can get that coin. Grab the apple. And then we've got the chapel. We're gonna go with the den here. And then... storeroom. So we can get something from there. 2 keys and a gem. The observatory requires a gem. You may draw new floor plans while drawing. Yep. So yeah, so... yeah, and the portraits don't change, thankfully. Yeah, we've already seen all those. Sure. Let's go with the bedroom. That's gonna do a loop around, so that closes us off from that. Library. Alright, let's have a look. This library gives us... November 25th, 1993, Simon P. Jones. Drafting strategy. The prospect within, gems, gems, and gems. Planning your house, top drafting combos, making a connection, tips and tricks, word from the editor. To the ambitious young architect, a fresh blueprint represents a world of boundless possibilities. When you are starting at a blank canvas, you have unlimited potential and ideas to explore. But with an abundance of options at your disposal, the architect can almost become overwhelmed by the countless choices and decisions that need to be made. Should I draft a hallway or a closet? How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Is passageway really worth 2 gems? All these questions can compound, adding layers of complexity and stress to the design process. That's why it's even more important to develop simple and effective strategies that you can employ while drafting your house to ensure a successful project outcome. In this volume of Architectural Digest, we aim to provide architects with some of these strategies and even assist them in developing their own. Although many architects employ different strategies when developing their house design, most of them agree on one guiding principle: have gems while drafting. One of the most common ways architects draft themselves into a corner is by not having the resources they need when opening a new door. If you lack the gems to consider all three presented options, you may be forced to draft a room you do not want. To avoid this predicament, focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems and prioritize acquiring gems as early in the day as you can. This approach is a surefire way to set yourself up for success. Reader submitted gem strats. Make sure you check for gems in the room you are in before clicking the door. I do this way too much. Think about saving money for emergencies. I try to only spend them if I really need a room. I will never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. If you see gems on for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Don't pass up wine cellar. Even if you're not thirsty, there's no such thing as too many gems. Planning your house. When you begin drafting a house, it's important to start each day with a solid foundation. Draft early ranks first. A very common mistake beginners make is drafting in a straight line north and ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind in the entrance hall and rooms of the early ranks. When this architect reaches the higher ranks, they quickly discover they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. Their day usually ends by returning to the lower ranks to draft them from the doors they've skipped, only to find rooms and items that would have made all the difference if they have only been found earlier in the day. As the layout to the right demonstrates, even a path of rooms that snakes through the house and does not go in a straight line can also be structurally weak if you are leaving lots of unopened doors on the ranks behind you. By starting each day on a strong foundation of rooms on the early ranks, you will have a better chance of finding success when you eventually start heading further into the house. Top drafting combos. 5 combos you won't want to miss. Another aspect to consider when drafting your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft cloister before the terrace, you will be down 3 gems. But if you draft them in the reverse order, cloister would be free. Identifying a synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step. But determining the optimal order for drafting those rooms will provide you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. A foyer drafted before Great Hall would mean that all of its many doors would be unlocked. Drafting the bunk room after nursery would give you 10 extra steps because it counts as 2 separate room triggers. You won't have to backtrack constantly to collect your gold spread from office if you draft a conference room. The more items you have, the greater your chances of being able to create a contraption in the workshop. Making a connection. 2-pair combos aren't the only form of room synergy. You will find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. These rooms aren't powerful on their own, but they can be very useful when their connectivity is eventually discovered. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, but it can literally power up, or down, other rooms you have drafted in your house. Garage. Powered garage door and grants west path access. Darkroom turns lights back on after blowing a fuse. Gymnasium turns lights off to prevent step loss. Other examples of connectivity. One of the more simple examples, her ladyship's chambers, has synergy with Lady Espen's other 2 rooms, her bro door and her walk-in closet. The boiler room connects ducts from room to room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry rooms, furnace, and pump room all have uses for the steam room. Speaking of pump room, this room controls the water level throughout rooms in the estate and can interact directly with the pool, the aquarium, the greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features located outside of the main house. Tips and tricks. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you the opportunity to draft specific rooms that will make the meal even more delicious. Besides counting as 2 rooms, bunk room also counts as 2 rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by master bedroom, the amount of gold spread by the tomb, and the amount of keys found in a servant's quarters. Each time you solve a puzzle in billiard room or parlor, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Just because you don't find any items in a room when you first explore it, doesn't mean that it will be the case the next time you draft it. The day after drafting Freezer, it enters an automated cooldown freezing cycle, during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. If you are stuck or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it is smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you will come across, and there is very good chance that you will find a piece of information down the road which may help. When in doubt, draft rooms you've never seen before. Even if you do not think the rooms seem very useful, they may still hold useful clues and information that may help you on your journey. Word from the editor. Although with this volume we have provided our readers with many potential strategies and trips to try, we at Architectural Digest hope that aspiring architects know there is truly no set blueprint for success. Yep. Cool. Awesome. Thank you for that. Alright, let's have a look. So that freezes us. Opportunity to earn and spread gold. Yeah, but we don't... fuck. We're gonna have to go... You have to... Damn it! Which unfortunately freezes, like, this thingy-majiggy here, and we have, like, no way of using our, like, gems and what have you. So... yeah, we're gonna have to call it a... We're gonna have to very quickly call it a day now because of that fuck-up. Yeah. Most likely we're gonna need to call it a day because of that fuck-up. Let's see, what room do we get here? Fuck it, hallway closet. So that gives us the key. Yeah, the gems don't go up, so calling it a day. So you know the feeling I have when I drafted the lab, the boiler room, and the pump room next to each other. That would have been probably a very amazing sort of coincidence to happen. The humble bungalow. Barely anything done in that room. Alright, let's try... Alright. I'm gonna go outside, and I'm going to get the... I'm gonna see if I can get the classroom, crafted. How many days have you gone into this, Jack? I am now up to the 20th day. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I froze my gems and my gold. So yeah, there's way more gold than my normal 2 coin allowance. The hovels. Special floors now cost additional steps instead of gems. Shelter protects you from the negative effects of the next 3 red rooms drafted. Yeah, let's go with shelter. So yeah, because we opened up that time-safe lock in the past. And then... Yep, so that was that there. So the Mount Holly bomb shelter, log into the network, Swan Song. That way we have the office available. It's the 24th and you've been to the 46th room. Ah. You've been going a lot better than I have then. The temptation that once I get up to like the 30th day or something like that to just be like, fuck it. Like, we're doing a new game, like, we're doing a new save or something like that is very tempting. Staff services, staff announcement, special orders. Sledgehammer. Well, the shelter will stop the negative effects of red rooms, so maybe when I do the dark room, it won't do the whole like, oh, looks like we're empty kind of thing. A shame it isn't the classroom, but it is what it is. There is an achievement for getting to the antechamber on your first day. Of course there is. Alright, we'll go with the spare green room. So then that way we get, you know, the green room proccing sooner. We're gonna go with the Nook. And then let's go with the storeroom for keys and gems here. That way we can do... There we go. Whenever you draft a bedroom... Lucky me. Key card. Excellent. And gem. Hallway gives us an additional key. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked, which we know is a lie. Let's go with the chapel. Oh yeah, we turned off the negative effect of this red room. So we got the kitchen that requires a gem. Let's go with the kitchen, actually, so that way we can see what room. So, the main course, place it if you have a furnace in your house. Okay. I'm just gonna go with the banana for now. Let's see. My spoon is too big. I am a banana. You return? Had to take care of a thing. A thing at a time and a place. Whenever you enter the room, set your gems to 2. Requiring 2 gems to use it, of course. Corridor. And then... Parlor. Thank you. Gems are not in the white or blue box. Gems are in both the blue and the black box. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. So they're not in the blue. They're in both the blue and the black. Both in the black and the white. So black and white, blue and black. So wait, yeah, black and white, blue and black. They're not in the white or blue box. I imagine they're in this box then, because that one is saying boths. There we go. Thank you for the gems. Green rooms do not cost to draft. Yep. Hello there. Glad to see you, Sir Dragon. Once again, doing more exploring. Ding. Secret passage, dining hall. After reaching the 8th rank, secret passage requires a gem. We're gonna go with this one because that opens it up for us. Another key is good. Nothing else here. Dark. Oh, but utility box. I'm gonna go with the utility box, and we're gonna go through that puzzle. Alright, so, dark room is on, garage is on, oh, gymnasium will be off. Alright, so, there is a pattern that we need to make, so pressing any, so, we'll activate blue. So all of them are purple, and we need to do the pattern. So we need to make. So we need to make that white. All right, so that makes that, and then white to red. And then so that goes green. All right, so that needs to be off. That needs to be blue. That needs to be green. That needs to be white. That needs to be red. Okay, so there. Oh! Oh! What in the world? Oh. I'm guessing that will just turn the power off. Alright, hang on a second, 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 hang on a second. Also, I should probably go outside and check out the what's-in-the-hoozy thing. 82% himbo is a very high himbo rating. Good on you, Sir Dragon. We got plenty of coin. Oh, wait, no, I already did the shelter. Damn it! That was I forgot the shelter was wide. I didn't have to worry about the red room effects. 78 himbo. Good work on you. Alright, yep, so we're going from the bedroom to the hallway to the chapel. And then from the chapel, we do courtyard, which opens up 2 areas for us. There's no shovels here. There's a chest over there, but we're not going to use the chest just yet. We can do a hallway closet. I'm going to go with a pantry, so then that way we've got... So we get more... So we get a banana. We get more coins. And... Fuck it, we're gonna do a bunk bed, so then that way it counts as like 2 thingy-madiggies. Giving us 2 gems, thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna go with the drawing room again. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms, guest hallway. All right, redraw. All right, so there we go. So we can do a dark room, and we're protected from the effects of the dark room now. Door is locked, so we're gonna unlock it. Ah, Incineroar! Alright, workshop gets us to progress forward. Alright, so... Oh, there's another key. Requested something or rather. So there's that. We did that, which got us the 1128. We don't have the magnifying glass, so none of that is going to be helpful. And it doesn't look like there's any items we can pick up. We got a sledgehammer. And we got a
glub glug glub glug.
We got a music sheet. Yes, I have a fine ass. Thank you. All right, so among the white something under 2 stones. We need to find music sheet page number 5, which is not an easy one to find. Key card and sledgehammer doesn't really make anything. Oh, but because we have the sledgehammer, we can go and break the lock that has been left in here. Giving us, oh my god, so many coins. We can easily spend that in the kitchen. Yep, the kitchen is not that far away. So, and we have 1, 2, 3 rooms that are counted as green. So 8 costs us 15. Yeah, so this gives us 15, which is now sold out, so that was cheaper. So now we have more steps. I think I'll have a religious experience if I ever make the corridor, courtyard, followed by a great hall. I don't know what it will do when you do that, though. Alright, what will this make? Yep, fine. Let us use the key. Gymnasium. Discover less common floor plans while drafting in the library. We're gonna go with that. Coupon. Save $1 on every purchase made in the estate. Yep, additional whatsamahoozies. We've already done the sightseers. We've done the drafting strategies. We're gonna do the pump system next. So the next time we get that, you will get to move diagonally. Maybe. Ooh. The foundation. I have not seen the foundation before. Fuck is this place? So there's a lever there. And this is rank 6 right now. Use the key. Giving us the hallway, the lavatory. We're gonna go with the commissary, so then that way we can still move. We're gonna get the shovel. We saved some money when we did that. And we're gonna get 10 gems. And the magnifying glass. And finally 1 gem. We're gonna save so much fucking money. And let's see what's in here. Nothing of interest here. Ah, you... Hallways are always unlocked. Oh my goodness. Lord William Epson. Baron whatsamahoozies. Get an extra item. Oh my gosh. Let's go to the gymnasium. Because that should be... Oh. There we go. That gives us the boiler room. And... yeah, Alright, so that gets to the antechamber, which we can't get to yet. One last key. When drafting, you will no longer be able to see all thingamadiggies. Nah, fuck it. Furnace, you're more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. A boudoir. Archived floor plan. There is a chance... Hey, surfing quarters. We get ourselves some keys. Green note. There are 12 major keys. Alright, is the laboratory connected? It should be. Oh, but we can make it connected. Here we go. That gets it there. Oh my. Hi there, red shirt. Welcome to the stream. Yes! Yes! Okay, we got the laboratory thingy-madiggied. So now we've got this. This machine requires additional power to be piped in from the boiler room, which we've done. So now we've got this. So now it goes... Alright. Hang on. So... Order of operation. We go 3, 8, 12, 2, 9... Oh, wait, no, but that's the periodic table. Hang on a second. What's the red note? Effective immediately, electronic mail... Nah. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. We might be onto something. Research logs. Yeah, I've not had any of these triggered. Continue with experiment. Each time you eat an apple, each time you unlock or bypass, whenever you draft an archived. Fuck it. Let's go with those. Start experiment. Press enter to return. Log into network. Swan song. Alright, we'll need to figure out how that what's-a-mahoozy thing works. Alright, so we've logged into the network for that one there. Alrighty then. We are... Oh, broken lever. Thank you. We just need a big battery, and we could probably combine it with other things. H2O melting point at 0.1 ppt or 0.5 ppt. Ralph M. Alrighty. No. Alrighty, let's... Alright, so let's give this a little... Let's give this a crack. So, I need to... Dunk. Periodic table of elements. I'm just gonna keep that at the ready. So, we should probably go 3, 8. Oh wait, no, there's no 12. Okay, color me curious. So it's a boiler room. But what's the experiment? Experiment successful. Get Gem. Alright, so we still have the dining room and the foundation to make things. Alright, so we've got the periodic table. So, what's the... Also, that spot there. T. Yeah. So, yeah, because that there tells us about T. So, yeah, hydrogen. So, like, what is with the periodic elements here? Like, what's the purpose? Like, what is the purpose of this experiment? Like, H2O melting point, sure. And then those two blanks there aren't applicable here. So there's like 12 thingamadiggies it has on there. I have no idea what that machine is. And I don't have all the steps in the world. What is this? Fuck it. So 3, 8, 2, because we have 12, which we can't use. Then, oh wait, no, not 5. 9. 5, 10, 6, 4, 7, 1. Today is the day? Maybe. Here's the thing. So, alright, hang on. So, we've now got this machine here. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. There are 10 levers, and the 10 levers present like this power thing. And as you can see here, each one is like, oh, your birthday. Happy birthday, Izzy! Happy birthday. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Izzy. Happy birthday to you. Hooray! Thank you for doing the shout out for Izzy. I greatly appreciate it. They are an amazing VTuber artist. VTuber and artist. Absolutely fantastic. Cookie from Bestest Boy probably is the cookie. Maybe it can go to Izzy because it's Izzy's birthday. You're having a day, TM? Make it your day. Fuck everyone else. Make it your day, Izzy. Make it your day. You want to eat cake? Go eat cake. You want to go shopping? Go shopping. You want to have a cry in bed? Go have a cry in bed. You want to watch Seinfeld again for the 3rd or 4th time? Or maybe you want to pick up an entirely new TV show? Go ahead. It is your day, Izzy. There is no one who can tell you otherwise, and anyone that tells you something wrong, fuck them. It ain't their day, it's your day, because it's your birthday. Chat, this guy thinks I have a TV. You have a Get on the high seas. It's your birthday. Cookie of birth for Izzy. The emotional journey I've been having through the last couple of months has left me feeling raw and numb. Tweet yourself. Alright? Hang on. Where's Izzy? There's Izzy. Tweet yourself. Let me get a more direct link. Where is Izzy's thingy-madiggies? Give me a moment. Give me a minute. Bomb. Bing. Ding. Bong. There we go. Ding ding. Oh, actually, ding ding. Ding dong. Donate. What's it smell? Wait, what did Red say? I can smell his breath through the zoom in. How dare you? It doesn't smell like protein shakes. It smells like Coke Zero is what it smells like. Guys, go check out Izzy's coffee, okay? Go to their coffee and get them something lovely. Oh, hang on. Ding, dong, bam. Go to their coffee. Get them something. It is against TOS for streamers whatsoever to. So whatever you do, do not ever say piracy. Yeah, that's why we don't say piracy. It's called the high seas. Hi there, Night Sky. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing okay. Guys, go to Izzy's coffee and do a donation. Do a birthday donation. Ding dong. All right. So yeah. So currently I'm at this puzzle here. There's a periodic table here that notes like hydrogen at 3, and then 8, 12, 2, 5, like, and, we can see the periodic table here, so we can do, like, a cross-referencing and what have you. Terms of conditions, TOS. Gotta be careful of that. If you want to actually get view GIF. Oh, yeah, and then there's their throne as well. Hang on. Log in. Bam. Boom. Is there any other notes here that can help me with this experiment? Because we've got this thing which talks about the melting point. And then we just got random coffee. We've got, like, that weird thingy-majiggy there. And we've got, Thompson here. But yeah, that's about it as far as, like, clues go and what have you, which isn't too great. Oh yeah, I should probably... let me just look at the terminal. Give me a minute. One moment, chat. Log into the network. Swan Song. Because over in the Swan Song, there's a something or rather. It's buffering. Give it a minute to buffer. Alright, so, ding. So, remote terminal access at the shelter. Just one last sad thing before I head off to get breakfast. I wish my BF hasn't gone off into hiding again. He's such a sweetheart, but terribly insecure, and it's probably my fault because he's gone to have a sulk because of your birthday. Oh no! Merge it, and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. Interesting. 3.1. Hey! Nice. Okay, so if we do archive this nonsense. Alright, hang on. Let's do some steps. Use a key, because we've got keys. The laundry room can be... Ooh, I wonder... What happens if we activate the laundry room while there's power? Oh, this service costs and will exchange all of your steps with all of your gold. Costs 5 gold and all of your remaining with your allowance. Ooh. Swap the dice for keys. So we go down to 1 key, but we get 3 re-rolls. All right, so we got 8 stars, and we can get ourselves an allowance of 8. That honestly is a little bit crazy. So swapping something for that, and swapping. It costs 10 gold, so we get 9 keys. And then if we do the experiment, or swapping the keys for the thingy. 5 gold to the... You know what? We're gonna do that. So that costs us 5. And then we're gonna do this. That way it gives us a much bigger allowance. We can regain stars anytime, but the allowance going up to 8 coins is gonna be so good. Alright, yeah, let's head back to the Foundation. We're probably gonna need to get some food at some point. Yep. Alrighty. Fuck it. And we get ourselves a lucky rabbit's foot. And we get ourselves some gems. The car keys. The car keys won't really mean much to us, unfortunately. Yeah, so that makes it so that the Great Hall is, you know, what's Mahoozies. Archive floor plans once again. Which just does the passageway. We successfully triggered it 3 times, giving us random coin and what have you. A rock. An oversized turnip giving us extra steps. That's good. That is very good. Because now when we go to the kitchen, which is going to be a bit of a trek. Lucky rabbit's foot with the coupon? Nah, those don't combine. Key card doesn't combine with anything. Broken lever can combine with the sledgehammer or the shovel. Lucky rabbit's foot doesn't combine with any of those. Shovel. Yeah, it's all with the broken lever. And then yeah, no. So nothing worthwhile over there. Oh, we got this dark room we could go through. So we got a patio, we got a furnace. Let's go with the observatory, just so then that way we can get the what's Mahoozy go off, the next star thing. So there we go, we got 3, which gives us like diamond, gives us the slice. So yeah, hope you have a wonderful birthday otherwise, Izzy. Alrighty, so we go from drawing room to chapel to go all the way down to the kitchen. Yeah, we've got a long walk ahead of us. Oh, but we have, like, you know, pits to go through. Another turnip, thank you. So pantry goes into the bunk room, chapel. So chapel to hallway. Hallway to bedroom, giving us 2 extra steps. Yeah, okay, I see what we're doing. I see what we're doing. Ding. Dong. A bomb. Giving ourselves a pizza. We don't have the furnace, but that's fine. 20 additional steps is still a good addition. And we've got so many gems to use on areas. Use the key. Fuck it. Because maybe this won't be a dead end. It isn't, thank goodness. We've already opened that safe. Hey! I need that shirt. Alright, hang on. Thank you for the coin. Blue is true, red is lies, that's fine. Ah! Why would you do this to me? Estate. So, there's a sleeping mask and a watering can somewhere. Key card system. Set the security level. Not the bald! Back. Return to the security menu. Log into the network. Swan Song. I did not spell that correctly, did I? Swan Song. There we go. How's it going? Oh! Dial up again! Here comes the dial up. Bald. Why all this pain, Incineroar? Why do you do this? Why do you hurt me? Archive floor plan. Ooh, okay. Give us a gem. Occasionally, like, what's Mahoozy? Small below. Yep. Sounds good. So what does this room do? Spreads into each of the green rooms. Ah, okay. A few coins. That's fine by me. No point to that button, I suppose. Rumpus room gives us additional 8 coins. Fuck it, let's go with the archives. That does another experiment. And gives us the furnace. Dug up, nothing of interest. Shame. There isn't anywhere else to go as far as I can see in this room. I'm gonna call it a day. The Garden Manor had 4 green rooms. Save and continue. Look at the cake. Why you gotta stare at the cake? Ah. Stretching. And our allowance is so much bigger now. We now open up with 8 coins. And we now have this thing, the foundation. It does not reset each day. Whatever the fuck that does. It's a nice cake. Cool. I should have gone back to the laboratory and figured that out, but I don't think I will have a good time. Trading post, the tomb, each time you dress. I'm gonna go into the tomb because I saw something down here. Yeah. Yeah, look, there's these, statues here. So, they must mean something. So we've got the hoe, which was the first one. And then we've got... So after the hoe, we have the baker who had the bread broom thing. And then we had the other farmer, which was the pitchfork, which was here. And then the chimney sweep, which is 4. And then a maid, which is a broom. Then the jockey with a riding crop. And then finally the specter with the... Yep. Oh, hello. Right there. Nice. Something right fucking there. Grab some coin. Is definitive. Each of your journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end. Or is it? Wow. And they put it right fucking there. I wonder, is this like... what does this do? The catacombs. Oh, Jesus. Why is there skulls here? Jesus. An underground map. With... a reservoir down here. There's some... and an excavation. What in the world is the reservoir? Like, I've seen it in the whatsmahoozy. What does the scythe do? Okay, cool. So the scythe opens that. I was worried that I was about to, you know, open something dangerous. Huh. So we got a cart? The fuck is this? Huh. It allows you to play Reaper. This isn't the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, well. Oh! Here's another piece. Alright, so... Sorry, I'm just, like, grabbing screenshots here and there of, like, the map. So, something points dreams. So there's a foundation elevator, followed by a concealed entrance, with a cliffside exit, a minecart. So the minecart we just saw. The tomb entrance is 6. There's an entrance with the fountain, a torch chamber, rotating gears, and the north lever. Okay. Color me lost. And this is the reservoir. Oh, and we've been draining the reservoir using the whatsamahoozy thing. Okay, so we can't... So we need to drain... So we need to find a way to drain the fountain and the reservoir. Because... Maybe? No. Is it the reservoir we're draining? We got an upgrade disc at least, so that's helpful. We started with like 70 steps, and we've gone down like 7 exploring this place. Alright. I reckon So we need to get to the pump room, but we can't get to the pump room without the pool room. So we're gonna have a bit of a tough time trying to... We're gonna have a bit of a tough time trying to get that. You're not wrong? Yeah, but you're not right in this scenario. Alright, so that gets us down to 6. Wow, we really needed those 20 additional steps. That greater allowance also doesn't do too much for us. Alright, so we got a parlor, we got a den. I'm gonna go with the den for gems purposes. So, dink. And then we got a laboratory. Honestly, good job that we got the laboratory this early. We need the boiler room, unfortunately. Ah, but we can put the upgrade disc in here. Oh wait, no, hang on. I need to... Continue. Each time you bypass... Each time you find some trash, whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room... Gain a star. Exit. Insert the disc. This allows us to upgrade one of our floor plans. Giving us... the aquarium. Okay. Aquarium is every color of the room, giving us 10 coins. The aquarium is every color... The aquarium gives us a power source? I feel like power source might be useful here. Alright. Now I don't... So we need that to be the boiler room. So... Yeah, let's avoid that side for a second and open up this side. Let's go to the parlor, because if we can solve this puzzle, we get ourselves 2 gems. The white box does not have a statement. The gems are in a box with a statement. That's lying to me, which means it's in the box with a statement. There we go. The corridor is always unlocked. You lose coin whenever you go through the chapel. Yeah, let's do the chapel. That way we have an opportunity to go, you know, a direction. Go through this chapel. It's not the end of the world when we do. And we get our gem for our troubles, which is nice. Pantry for the coin. Giving us additional steps. We'll go with the bunk bed. Giving us gems once again. Interesting that the bunk bed gives us gems each time we've gone through it. Yeah, well, we're not going through this room again anytime soon, so... Alright. Hallway is always unlocked. The observatory requires a gem. Alright, we'll go with the corridor. Hallway gives us a key, and the commissary has items for sale. West Wing Hall. Staff notice. Nothing important in the staff notice. The garage gives us... Okay. I'm fine with the garage being here. We don't have... We get keys for our troubles. That's the red note. Apparently... Oh, okay, so we have power that goes through here. Until I can get like a redraw thing. Passageway costs us 2 gems, completes the experiment. Workshop allows us to combine items. Laundry room does that. Kitchen makes us go forward. Broken lever. Nothing else in this room? Nah, there's only ever the broken lever in here. And we'd need to go through the greenhouse in order to open that particular lever. Less likely to find items lying around in your base each night. Yep, let's go with that one. The dining room will then be able to give us something. A nook, giving us a key. I'm just running so quickly through this. Let's go with the commissary. Let's see what we can get in here. Oh, it's half price. Okay, so running shoes, sleeping mask, sledgehammer, and magnifying glass. So, yeah, 20 and 21st, 50% off items. I should have known. Alrighty. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah. We'll go this way. Wine cellar. And then the boudoir has us go through here. Let's go wine cellar. Because that will give us extra whatsamahoozies. That will give us gems, which will be very helpful. MCC X13, so that's the coat of arms. So, MCC X3. Alright, so now we got gems. So now we can head back to the passageway. No, there was... Magnifying glass. No. Sleeping mask and running shoes. No. Running shoes. No. Yeah, sledgehammer and broken lever would require the battery. If I do that, that locks me out. It needs to be this one. It needs to be the billiard room. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna get the boiler room again or a pump room, but we're gonna need to... We're gonna need to risk it. So there's the laboratory. And we get ourselves the drawing room. Let's go... Let's go bedroom. Because we enter in here, we get 2 thingamadiggies, and we get to... What's this? We get to have it. Also... Ah. I've always forgotten to use the magnifying glass on that particular picture, so I was always curious if it had something. But it doesn't look like it does. Meanwhile, this here Greetings from Reddington. Nothing's ever on there. But yeah, so... No idea what that machine does. I wish I knew, but I don't. It means nothing to me. Nothing behind here. Nothing on the table. Alrighty. 4 times 4 divided by 8. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16. Divided by 8 makes 2. 13. The square root of 13? Is that what it's trying to do? Or... I don't get that one. And then minus 10? Or is it trying to do, like, cubed? Because 13 is a fucked, number. That's a... 13's a prime number, isn't it? Like, nothing else goes into it. Thirteen times 13 is, like, way too crazy of a number. Thirteen, 2. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be. I've not seen that one before. So 13, 2. So whatever that... So, like, that could be negative for all I know. Which makes... And then... It's not 10. 13, 2. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go at them one at a time. Okay. So, how the fuck does the yellow square... So, yellow square 13 minus 10 makes 9. So, how the fuck does that equal 19? Because that's essential. So, we need to figure out what the yellow square does to make it equal 9. Because it's not talking about prime numbers there. What the fuck is it doing? Because it's this square here. This... So, hang on. Now comes the fun bit where I'm going to need to do the, where I'm going to need to do note-taking once again. Where is the appropriate place to put it? Yes, I see you, Sky. Alright, terminal is on DA. Alright, so billiards. So blue square equals, you know, to the power of 2. Yellow square, we don't know what it does. And then, so then it goes blue equals plus, yellow is minus, and then we've got pink, which is times, and then purple, which is divide. So, and that's the order of operation it goes. Now, how in the world does 13 go up to 9? Or, sorry, 13 to 19, which means... Does it add half? Like, I don't know the mathematical thingy-majiggy that does it. Because, like, half of 13 is 6.5. So maybe it adds half of it? So, like, let's have a look. So, 11, add half is, like, 15 minus 8 equals 7. Nope. So it's not that. So yeah, so see how 4, and then that's cubed, divided by 8 is 2. And then for whatever reason, like, so 13 minus 10 is... Oh. So, okay, so hang on. So that goes after the minuses. So it goes blue square after the plus, and then it goes... Hang on. Now I get it. So blue goes to plus. Blue is squaring it. Yellow then is to the power over 3. Alright, so yeah, so that makes it 9. So now 11 minus 8 is 3. Squaring and then cubing it again. Oh no, time... No, hang on. Okay, no, it's squaring it at... Okay, so the square is after the operator. So, yeah. Okay, so ding dong. So yeah, so square. So color square equals, you know, x to the power of, you know, 2 after color operation. That's how they do it. Okay. Alright. Billiard room. Into... Oh my god, you asshole. Oh, would you look at that? We get ourselves a gem. Yay, nice, cool, thank you. Sinclair's puzzle. Nope, nothing there. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes it's really tempting to just... It's tempting to look at a guide. And what's more is we wasted money getting half off on a lot of things. Alright, let me just swap this up to standing mode. Have a drink. A mid-sized villa. So we need... So it looks like we need the tomb for something. But maybe maybe I've already done the motion once, because it is technically outside the rooms. We'll see. Alright, no, we won't see, because I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I need to piss. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to deal with me pissing, and then going off and doing the, what's-a-mahoozies, getting another drink. Thank you, Bookie. Be back. For this can of Pepsi. Is it doing an advertisement right now? Yes, it is. Cool. That shit better be clipped.
My power.
You done, Hermes? Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. Who knows? I certainly don't. Bunny! It's a fucking bunny on the moon! That's a fucking bunny! I called it! There's, a lot of the others. Alright, that's the top two.
Oh, that was so close. That would have been so good.
Alrighty.
Apparently.
Oh wait, I forgot my drink.
Shots.
On! Alright, now I got my drink. And there's still an advertisement. Why did everyone give me money? Maybe I shouldn't have had this run for like 3 minutes. Maybe that was a bit too long.
Hey, you tried to kill me. Holy shit, I'm slow.
You realize I'm doing a Discord stream as well, so then that way you can see that one there as well. I can show... There's a move gizmo, isn't there? Yeah, there is. Alright. Oh my gosh, you can like... Alright, 0, 0, and 0. There we go. Alright, so. Yep, and then I'm gonna uncheck the face part. So then that way I can like to have better gear popping up shortly. Making a pleasant conversation until I barged it. Oh, what the fuck? Hang on, I need to fix that. And we're nearly done with the advertisement, so I'll just, you know, get that going. We will resume the day. We get our allowance. If we find the classrooms again, that would be good. Welcome back, Sky. Good to have you. Thank you, thank you. Here is your cookie for Sky. Cookie. Alrighty. Let's see. Is there a classroom? Shelter, trading post. Let's go shelter, just so then that way it protects us from our... Oh, hang on. Just so then that way it protects us from the red rooms that go off. Alright. Alright. Let's start off on the right this time. Hallway. Yep, cool. We get ourselves a key. Storeroom, sure. Ding. One. Oh, we get ourselves a sledgehammer this time. Okay, okay. Don't know why we would. Don't know why, but okay, okay. Yep, let's get the hallway closet. That way we can get extra items. Alright, so the coin purse. Each time you collect 3 coins, you earn an additional interest. That's cool. And then the eye mask makes it so anytime we draft or enter in a bedroom for the first time, we get like an additional something or other steps. Alright, bedroom. Whenever we enter it, we get 2 extra steps. I'm good with that. We get ourselves another key, which is lovely. The eye mask gives us 5 things. We've got the den. Definitely gonna go with that. Then that gives us a gem. Let's go pantry for the coin. There isn't a lot of new rooms popping up just yet. Parlor, nook. Let's go commissary. See what we can purchase. 20th and 21st days. Alright, we got a magnifying glass and a shovel. Yep. Magnifying glass, shovel, and let's get a gem while we're at it. Gem is rather expensive compared to getting the set, but I doubt we were going to get 10 coins early. Okay. Next up. Passageway is 2 coins. Chapel has us lose 2. We're going to go with the chapel because because we've already got the shelter, which prevents us from losing. Parlor, nursery. Let's go with the parlor. It gives us gems. We got enough keys as is. Alright. Ding dong. There are 2 false statements. This is the only true statement. The white box is empty. Let's go with the white box then. Because if they're lying, then... Yeah! Alright, parlor next. Let's see. So courtyard, let's just go through. Guess, yeah, we're gonna need to go courtyard. We've got the shovel and the sledgehammer, so we get to dig. Yep, dig an old shoe. A compass. And, what is that? X marks the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I mark that down as a 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not the ripe, that's not the, rich soil. That's something else. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna use the nook. That gives us a key. Ding. Does this give us any other hints? The order of operation. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, billiard, puzzle notes. Sinclair has many something or other anti-chain by all 4 sides. Must be a way to open. Nah, okay, so there isn't any further... Doesn't look like there's any further, tricks and what have you. If we do the garage, we're not going to be able to go any further. So we have to use the spare green room. Okay, library. Let's go with the library. Because then we get to read this book. November 28th. Pump system. Whenever you're using a single tank system or an array of pumps, the water control panel serves as a central hub to the EPCW system. The panel is fitted with a number of buttons equal to your own home needs. One button for each different water source on the estate. The function is simple. Press a button to select the water you would like to adjust. For example, if you wish to drain or fill your pool, simply press the pool button. Regardless of the number of pumps or water sources being used, water can only be adjusted from a source if the corresponding button is pressed. Yep. Yep. Use water to select water source. Use the pump level to... Yep, cool. So... nothing new there. Nope, nothing interesting there. We can't pick up any of the books, it seems. Alright, wish us luck. Music room? Weights room. Okay, we're gonna go with the weight room because the shelter protects us from this room. And it gives us the air vent thing, so... Yep, let's use the key. We've got plenty of them now. Alright, we got a security room. Let's go... View inventory of all items currently in the house. Let's go passageway. It's a bit expensive, but it gives us vents once again. So then that way we're able to move in that direction, giving us... Let's go with the dining room. Costs us nothing for that. We get a salt shaker. Nice, nice. Treasure map. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we just need to head... Security. Yeah, fine. We'll go with the security room. This gives us... It gives us more vents still. Security door is locked. Card system. Security system, set the security level, go down to low, confirm that setting, change the offline mode, so if we go offline, it gets unlocked. Swan Song. Is the terminal for the shelter up, is the question. Remote terminal. View active terminals. No! I needed to go down into the shelter! God damn it! Ugh. Shame. Didn't think that one through. Alright, so we've got this place. So we can get to that again and again and again. Get ourselves a key, which is nice. Oh, doesn't want to go down the hole, apparently. Alright, move to the side. Yep, we use a key. We don't have any gems, which is unfortunate. We'll use the gymnasium, because we're protected from the gymnasium. Yep, shielded once again. Yep, use key again. Bunk bed, the boudoir. We're gonna go with the boudoir. That way we get ourselves more, more what's-a-mahoozy. Would it be nice to get another key, because knowing our luck, we're gonna get a hit with a key. 1225. Giving ourselves a gem. And letter number 4. Family fortune. Yeah, so Daniel was very much upset about the disappearance of Marion. I'm gonna add that into my notes, so... Daniel greatly upset over the disappearance of Marion. Reckons Simon will hate Herbert. Alright. Ooh, excuse me. Alrighty. Yep, use the key. We've got a gem with us, so it won't be the end of the world. Electric eel is a power source. Alright, now the question is the gymnasium powered? No, it isn't, so... Secret passage requires it, so it's just the bunk room, which is annoying. Nothing secret there. Alrighty, let's have a look. Oh, you gotta be shitting me! The one time I needed a gem. No, I'm not going back for that food. Fuck that. Treasure map. Exit. Hey, just go to... Oh, god damn it. Oh, you're right. I might have had just enough to buy something. Hang on. That's gonna be an irk. That's gonna be an oofs. That is gonna be such a fucking oofs. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've already fucked up this run. We've already, like, done a fuck up of this run. It's not like gonna be going... It's not gonna be going well. Ah. So... Yeah, because the only other is, like, going through the foundation, so... Fine, we'll go to the commissary. Give me a second, I just need to... Where the what the fuck? Odd, okay. I thought the passage... I might be wrong. I'm just... too daft right now. Too angies. I'm too angy. A nail. Not worth much. Yep, nope, that was bound to happen. Parlor, into the thingy, and then into the pantry. Let's see. Yeah, I can't buy a set of 10 gems, so I can buy 3. So that uses up all my coins. You're so right, Sky. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you sooner. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you sooner and be able to galvanize on that. I was so obsessed with just finding gems rather than buying gems. Alright, so the only other way we can go is this way. Yep, use a key. Let's go dark room. Yep, no, that was bound to happen. Use a key once again. What does this do? Observatory. Not ideal, but it is what it is, so... Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. That'd be nice. A walk-in closet with 4 items. The archive. The rotunda can rotate. And I don't know what it does. And then we've got a furnace here. Broken lever. That's nice. Security door we can't open. Yep, our last key. Alright, here we go. 13. 4 times 4 is 18. No, 16, sorry. 11 minus 8 is 3. Timesing it is 9. 20 minus 18 is 2. Divided by 2 is 1. Squaring it is 1. What? So, oh wait, no, that's times. 20 minus 18 is 2. Times by 2 is 4. And squaring it is, once again, 16. There we go. Giving us the secret garden. Use the special key. Does not fit. What do you mean it does not fit? It's in the... That's annoying. Now to see whether or not those experiments unlocked it. You seen the Pink Princess? I have no idea what the Pink Princess is. Unless you're talking about Izzy, then yes, I've seen Izzy before. Oh my god, another coin I could have... alright, hang on. We're doing a lot of backtracking. So, we've kind of mucked up this run. We've not had a successful run, so now it's a, trying to recover it and what have you. Oh. Alright, I've been standing up for a little bit. Another sip of this. Alright. Let's try and get through this. And then I'll stop for a lunch break. And we'll have a look at the, a different game that we can play. Yeah, we're going back to the entrance hall. We're gonna go all the way back to the entrance hall. So wait, 1, 2... Oh, the electric eel. This would have been seen as a room that was shielded, and then the dark room would still go off, and... Now I see what's going on. A very lovely pink princess. I know of the Pink Pony Club. Courtyard, another hole. No, I already did the... Already dug up. I dug up in the 2 places. There wasn't more of them. Besides, like, it'd only be a temporary item, so there wouldn't be, like, much benefit to it unless we can get the secret bunker key, which... because then we could, like, try and make our way to the Foundation, and then from the Foundation, see if it gets locked. Radiation monitor. If it's higher than 12... No, it isn't. It's at 0.07, because it doesn't care about Swan Song. Also, someone commented in my blue sky about something. Ding! Oh, someone did message me. Sorry, someone just complimenting my zeebs, who was an artist complimenting my zeebs. Remote terminal access, view the active terminals. We go back to the security terminal and we can tell it like what the if we missed anything critical, which I doubt. And if it is something, yeah, no, nothing. So, calling it a day again. That's a shame. Secret garden key. So yeah, so for whatever reason, the Foundation is just gonna be there forever. Ding. Alright. Ding. Dong. Save and quit. I'm gonna go get lunch, and I'm gonna... So yeah, because I want to go for lunch because of, because, like, in the, I'm gonna need my brain. So, I will be back in a short moment. It's gonna require cooking and what have you. I am sorry. Hence the, where's the play button? Ding. Bam. There we go. So that's playing. All right. Be right back. Lunch break quickly, but we'll change games. Ding. Dong. Done. BRB. All right, I'm gonna grab lunch. I was only looking at that kind of compression, but I found the peaking when I scream was funnier. Ah! Sorry. I probably should have warned you. I probably should have warned. I wonder what it sounds like. Uh-oh. That does not sound like the tires of someone who is being patient with their day.
どういうことだこりゃどうした変な連中が大量にビルに入ってきやがった刺すかもしれない
A raid? Oh my goodness. Hi there, Rosen Moth. Hi, welcome to the stream. You are Also, this is the new, like, thing I do when I get raided and such like that. It's just a fun little, like, hooray, I'm getting raided. Hello, raiders. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. My shirt would say himbo, but it currently got stolen by Het. They like...
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she would be like a Garuda thing, but not just a lady with a sword.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling.
I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love.
Well, that's unfair.
Yep, your audio's crunchy again.
Oh, okay. No dropped frames. Possibly the script frames because of encoding, perhaps?
Hope to win.
So when this happened at... Alrighty then. You got some explaining to do. Look at this! Hang on, let me move it closer. Look at... Hey, boom. Hang on. Let me just grab the... Done. Oh, wait, no, not that. Ding. Ding. Oh, wait, no, I can't move that nonsense. God damn it. Explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? Balls. Wait, hang on a sec. Let me say it in the mic. Balls. Mommy, milkers, candy, as bye. Hello there. I have returned. I'm just
I
seeing
have
Sash cry.
me
and
lunch.
Arya just being like, no. So, because I wanted to go for like, you know, because I remembered that I arranged for some things with Code, and also because I'll be doing late night shopping with Kahlua in the evening, I thought it was best to get a start on my who's also hang on, let me get rid of that. I thought it was best to get a start on having my meal. Normally, I have my meal for dinner, but for this day, I'm deciding to have my meal for lunch, and it's so it's barbecue pork with a blah 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 blah. It's a barbecue pork with rustic cut potatoes and broccoli. Oh my god, the battery on my mouse is low. Oh my goodness. Ah, sauce. All right, hang on. Grab my broccoli. Dip it in this nonsense. Oh, I grabbed a rustic chip at the same time. Hot. Delicious. Hot. Alright. Also, where is Code? I thought he was done with his thingy-majiggy by now. Hello!
Hello. Are we eating foods?
We are eating broccoli with some barbecue pork and rustic fries. Wow.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's delicious. Have I talked to you about, like, what it's, like, the joy of eating food again, like, once a day?
You have not.
So, yeah, so, hang on. Wow.
Yum, yum.
Nom. Yep. ASMR. Or me enjoying my food. But yeah, like, because, you know, for the last 3 months, like, prior, like, until April 8th or something like that, I was essentially, all 3 of my meals were shakes. And it made it really easy for me to be like, yep, I don't need to do snacks. I just need to do the 2 liters of fluids and what have you because, you know, the shakes have everything I need. And then I was a little bit worried that, oh, once I had to start incorporating meals, I might have to start making my own food. But my history of trying to make my own food has never gone spectacularly well.
Yeah, I get that.
So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for like delivery meals and just pray that the calorie smart meals are gonna be delicious. Because I was worried it was gonna be like a lot of veg and vegetables and very little protein and all that kind of nonsense. Oh no, I was so wrong. You foods, like they have like 400 calories or less. So I'm still needing to like double check what it is double check what it is that they're like supplying me and such each week. So then that way if anything's like over 350 calories, it's like, oh, unselect that box, select a different one. But yeah, there's like, you know, the barbecue pork, there's like chicken, there's saute, like just having texture is just such a, oh, it's just so delicious. So yeah, it's fantastic. Sorry, I'm just gonna eat more of this. How has your day been, Code?
Good, good. Just been working on my RSA, so I'm just waiting for. So I just had to do. They did this weird thing where we had to do in it like a role play. Oops, sorry, 1 second. I'm getting a phone call.
Ah, okay. Alrighty, chat. It's me once again. Oh. But yeah, so, oh my god, this barbecue pork. Oh, I haven't had, like, just having just a small portioned diet, but having, like, this kind of variance, fantastic. I was so worried that there wouldn't be any, like, meal services that could accommodate me, and that I would have to try and make my own food. And, because I'll be real with you, I don't like cooking. I love food. I love cooking for other people. I don't like cooking for myself, because the amount of work it takes to make a meal is so much longer than the actual, like, time that it takes for me to eat that meal. And so, and so being able to have you foods where it's like all this like rich texture, a mixture of vegetables, potato, meats. Oh my god, the meats! But I always loved served hot food as well. That's also a big positive. Sauce. Ah. You're just lazy? Agreed. But also, I very much value my time. Because would you want to deal with me not streaming for like 30 minutes as I try and get a meal sorted?
And I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Also, I just checked. I'm gonna have to do the role play thing again
Oh,
because they did it. They do this thing where you've got to send through like a role play assessment type thing.
Uh-huh.
Uh.
So does that mean
Yeah.
we're not on for games or?
Oh no! I can do that a little later on. It just means I'm gonna have to redo it later afterwards.
Okay. So yeah. So chat. It's a code and Grant what's Mahoozy it's a stream collab. Woo!
Yay!
Yay! Co-op games. Remember those days, Code?
Oh god, those were the days.
Those were the days.
And we took like almost a full year to finish up fucking Baldur's Gate.
We got it done.
I think it pretty much took us almost a full year to get that done.
It was like 9 months, yeah. Because the last time we played it was like back in July, I think it was, or something crazy like that, and it came out in September. And it also doesn't help that, you know, we were on break in December, so. So yeah, we took our time. That's true. But also, like, you know, you and I, we had like different schedules, and
Yeah.
you know, we probably could have done a lot better if we did like, you know, a weekend thing and did it like, you know, 4 or 5 hour stints, but we were doing it in like 3. So like there was all kinds of variables that made it take longer than it is, like most of them on my side. Cuz you're able to do Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to like not burp. And I also am just looking at the sauce in the tub. But there's like you go for a lot longer than like 3 hours a day with your streams, don't you?
Yeah, I try to do at least now 4 hours if I can.
Hmm. Yeah. How are you finding that?
Yeah, not too bad. Just got to try and make sure I fill in like the time is the only thing.
Ah. Just like the
You know, sort of
pros
like
and cons.
yeah.
Hmm. All right. That's done. Actually, I do need to put my fork away, sorry. Because otherwise that
I was
fork
gonna
is...
say, don't inhale it.
I didn't inhale it. Like, the only thing I did, like, as a rush was just the, was licking the sauce. Like, I don't think you understand just how delicious it is. But it's also, like, I understand I'm trying to be on a diet and such, but, like, fuck, man. Like, this thing says I get, like, 340 calories. I'm gonna try and get all 340 of those calories. Fantastic. Put that there. I'm just in the kitchen right now. Can you hear me?
What?
I don't know if you can hear me through the kitchen.
We can hear something.
Righto. So, you know what? Because I'm going to be playing with you, I'm going to need to crack open a Coke zero sugar. This one has caffeine in it. So,
Wow.
yeah. You and I, we're going to play a game together.
We are.
We are, and it's going to be like a proper cooperative game as well, not one of those not like competitive or something like that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We're going to be playing Split Fiction.
Split function.
Already we're starting with this kind of behavior.
What behavior? I'm not doing anything. Chad, he's blaming me for things I haven't done yet.
I'm not hang on, I'm just updating my title once again.
I should probably actually grab my controller for this.
Coping with code underscore the Yoshi.
Oh no, it's compiling the shaders.
Where... Oh yeah, it's compiling shaders right now. Where... Ding, dong, Split Fiction, there you go. So, alright. So was this going to be a... So, blink, donk. So, thankfully, because Split Fiction is a full price game, which is kind of crazy. But, thankfully, because the studio that makes this game kind of understands, you know, this is way more fun with, like, cooperation and what have you, they've made it so that only one of us needs to actually own the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is always good.
Yeah, which is really nice. Because here's the thing. They've recently introduced it in Lords of the Fallen or something like that, 2.0. The same sort of thing. Yeah. But I think it requires New Game Plus to do it. Which is the...
No, that would make sense.
Which is like the odd thing. Because there is already like a cooperative element to it earlier. But they have it so that when you have the cooperative element as well, the other person like joins in with you, and it looks like it's almost like a, you know, not like a Dark Souls co-op thing where it's like, oh, you have to, you know, call them back in each time. It looks like it's an actual, like, you know, session with the other person.
Yeah.
So you're playing this with a controller?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it with my controller. I think that's probably gonna be the easiest way to do it.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Headphones. Not to do the 3D audio because it doesn't understand that. Yeah, I guess EA does things. Use of controllers is recommended. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a controller, it seems, as well. Give me one moment as I plug in my controller. I'm using the 20th anniversary of the Xbox One, or the 20th anniversary Xbox controller for the Xbox One. So it has like the see-through thingy-majiggies.
Subtitles on. Yep.
Yep. Ding dong ding. So
TV headphones, 3D audio not available. Done. Okay, enable sharing. Yes. Okay.
oh, that's kind of interesting. So you can like alter button mashing, stick, wiggle, persistent aim dot, swapping the left and right sticks. That's nice. Also, why does this go up to 11? What is... is this a... Is this a Spinal Tap reference?
I mean, maybe.
Like, they're just... Because look at that! Look at like, music is at 10, and it's like, yeah, ours is better because it goes up to 11. Yeah, but why don't you just have, 10 be louder than everyone else? Well, because this one goes up to 11.
I think you've got to start the game and invite me over.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm just going through all the nonsense, sorry, because... yeah, we'll do FXAA. I don't want to do, what's-a-mahoozy, DLSS, because there was this thing where they were like, oh, hey, what's-a-mahoozy, NVIDIA, that's it. They did this thing. Oh, it doesn't like it if I'm on Ultra, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay, let me go back to high. There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would probably only put it on high.
So, but yeah, NVIDIA released, like, some details where they were like, oh, 75% of NVIDIA users use DLSS, and I'm like, but is that a fair assessment? Because more often than not, DLSS is switched on, like, natively.
Yeah.
Like, it just turns on.
Yeah.
Like, play online. Host through Steam servers. Split Fiction as a friend pass. Invite your friends to join your online co-op for free by using the friend pass. Yep. Invite a friend. There we go.
Okay,
Alright.
yep, I see it there.
Oh, hello, Pink Luke! Hi, everyone! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome. My name is Grant. I'm a Variety Himbo streamer. Join with me this afternoon, after a little bit of blueprints, is Code the Yoshi. Code and I go way back, like 3 years at this point now. We've known each other, like in the streaming.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 3 years.
3 years, because we first started playing together in Titan Quest, which was really fun. We also did a Baldur's Gate run through together, which was just as good. And it's been a while since we played games together, both like on stream and off stream. So because I had all this free time and Split Fiction has a friends pass, Code and I are doing a co-op.
Yeah.
Yay!
I wonder how long this game takes to play. This is going to be interesting.
We'll see. Let's see. Because I imagine we could get it in, like, 3 or 4 sessions, and it'll just be interesting, like, when we'll do it, like, next week or the week after or something like that, because I'll be back at work by that time.
Yeah.
So...
Although I don't think this is one of those incredibly long games. It feels like it's maybe like an 8 to 6 hour game.
I reckon it might be a quick game, and it's just dependent on skill level.
Yeah.
Because there's so many of those. I've seen those on TikTok, where it's like, behind every, wife struggling at this thing is the husband waiting for her.
Hi, I got an invitation. I'm a writer.
Oh, great. Go ahead and fill in your information, and then make your way over to the elevators.
Okay.
So yeah, how was Wild Assault, by the by, Pink Loop? How are you enjoying Furry Battlefield?
It's been getting a lot of good publicity.
I imagine it is. I played a little bit of it. It was pretty fun. I probably... Like, I played it when it was, like, you know, alpha, so it didn't cost me anything.
Have you been published before?
So, you know...
No, me neither.
If it didn't cost anything, I would go back into... I'd go into it
I
again.
should quit writing and get a real job, but look at me now. So what's your story about?
It's science fiction.
Oh, sci-fi. Sci-fi's cool. I write fantasy.
Look, I don't mean to be rude and all, but I really don't do small talk.
Oh, okay.
You're in...
Really lovely designs for the characters.
They're great, and there's definitely a...
To meet you too.
There's contrast between them as well, which,
I am Raider,
you know, fairly
owner
good.
and founder of Raider Publishing. And I believe that everything great that happened in the world first happened in someone's imagination.
Excuse me, miss.
This is a very expensive building for a fucking publishing house.
Opportunity to truly set one's creativity free.
Yeah.
Unlike other publishing houses, we're on the verge of releasing a product that will reshape the foundation of the entire industry. Stories have been told and retold pretty much in the same way.
Do we get to wear these?
Yes, the suits will help us pinpoint and track your synchronization. Track and synchronize what?
Mr. Raider will fill you in on the details shortly.
Immersive event. Why read or watch
I feel like
a
just a few
story when
adjustments
you
together,
can
and then
live
maybe
it?
one or two extra
Touch
maps would be
it.
good.
Feel it.
I'm sure they'll update it with more stuff later on.
I feel like maps is probably the priority when it comes to multiplayer
My
games.
life's work.
Because
The heart of this
more often than not, they're not comparing you at other people's starts. They're comparing you to the games they have now.
And during the experience, we will
And many of them have like a dozen maps at least.
and then package and publish. Welcome to the next chapter of storytelling.
Why does this feel like Evil Corporation?
I'm Zoe.
Because we're about to wear suits and go into a
Amazing.
heavily sci-fi
I just
machine
wanted
to
thank you
make
for giving
something.
me- excuse me, us this opportunity to get published. Lord knows it is rough being an unpublished writer these days, am I right?
Are you saying that we're gonna be plugged into that machine?
Yes, you are.
I was told that we were here for a publishing deal. Get paid and that's it.
I
I
can't
didn't sign up
notifying me
for
to
a
play
medical
games with you.
procedure.
Oh, trust me, this is no medical procedure whatsoever. Just try to relax and you'll enjoy the experience.
He visually looks like Richard Branson, but he doesn't sound like Richard Branson.
Then
That's
without further
kinda.
ado, activate the suits.
This is so cool.
Please step onto your assigned platforms to begin your journey.
Welcome. Please step on your assigned platform.
It's time to unleash your full creative potential. Go.
It only... Oh, 2 is too little. 2 is too little maps. Either the maps are so huge where it's like, you know, Fortnite, but really, they need to have 6.
Screw this. I won't do it. I won't do it. Please return to your platform, ma'am. I can't do this.
Calm down, return to your platform.
I won't do it, okay?
We cannot shut this down now. Do you understand? You have to proceed.
No. No, I said I'm out.
Ma'am, I told you this is perfectly
Get off
safe.
me.
No, no,
Let
no.
go.
You come with
No.
me. Listen, it's
What is
time.
this
You
place?
can't shut. No!
Oopsie poopsie.
Yep. Alright, are you a fan of science fiction or fantasy? Because I kind of want to go for...
I'd say fantasy for me, but what do you want?
I was thinking a little bit of... I wanted to go with the fantasy personally, because I do love some of their elements, but hang on, let's have a read of the... Let's have a read of the, what the background. So, for Mio, the science fiction... Raised in the city with her father, Mio has had for the last couple of years barely scraped by. She isn't really here to seek any professional recognition. She's here for the money. Who's...
Understandable.
What about Zoe? What do they say?
A cheerful country girl with a deep need to prove herself and her family, and to her family, that she is not a complete failure. Zoe hopes that this publishing deal will solve all her problems.
Ooh, okay. So we got like single parent Aaron scraping by, only caring for the money, and, you know, hoping to solve all problems with one good solution.
Yeah. So you pick the one you want to go with, and I'll take the other.
Reserved, decisive, realist, introvert versus charismatic, empathetic, optimistic, extrovert. I kind of like the fantasy, to be honest with you. What did you think? Well, because you.
I mean, it's up to you. You're the one. You're the one leading the stream here. So.
All right, fair enough. I would like to go with Zoe Foster, if that's okay then.
Yep, by all means. I'll go with Mio.
All right, sounds good.
Mio.
You? What are you doing here?
Wait, what?
What are you doing in my story?
Something bad is going on here.
Like you're ruining my chance to get published.
No, listen to me. What was that?
Watch where you point those things.
There is something this publisher is not telling us.
Well, all I can see is that they have given me exactly what I signed up for.
You don't understand. We need to get out of here.
Not we, you. I need to get published. Just please leave my story.
Trust me, that is exactly what I want to do, okay? What is that?
Yeah, and take that glitch thingy thing, whatever it is, with you.
That came with me.
Yes, and neither you or that belong here.
Oopsie poopsie.
Ah.
There's gonna be a lot of oopsie poopsie, I think.
There's gonna be a lot of splitting.
Oh, wait. I think this is my story.
What the hell is going on?
Yep. This is definitely my story.
Yeah, see, I would have landed on my ass.
What kind of a crazy story have you written?
Listen, I don't want to be here either, okay? I just want to get out.
And how do we do that?
I don't know. But something tells me we need to find that glitch.
Are you sure?
No!
Oh my god, Titanfall. Oh my god, EA, give us Titanfall alternative history.
Oh, this feels weird.
Yeah, I'm like...
So you have no clue where that glitch might be?
Here's the thing, is I'm on the right. I thought we'd have our own screen, but I guess...
Fall into my simulation.
That's what I thought too.
Let's just focus on getting out of here.
I have to focus on the right side. Because you're a lefty. You're a lefty as well, or are you a righty?
Yeah, I'm... Oh, no! Oh, motherfucker! Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to go down, and then...
Yep. There we go.
Yeah, I'm a lefty.
Okay, so you have a little... So it's not as, like, feeling weird for you, because you just focus on the left screen as opposed to...
I feel like there should be, like, a vertical angle instead.
Maybe. It is definitely, like, set up for, like, phone.
Okay, can you you explain the situation, please?
We're freedom fighters, reclaiming our home from galactic invaders.
No, not this story.
In the real world, I wanted to leave, but they wouldn't let me.
Are you sure this isn't just some sort of misunderstanding?
Look, I was fighting them when I fell into your simulation.
Wait, there was a fight?
We've got company.
Oh, crap!
Ow! My ass!
Okay, so it has like a...
Ah!
You survived, don't you worry. Ah!
Well, didn't survive that.
Let's move.
Keep it together, Zoe.
I see there's going to already be like a difference between the skill levels. What the
Whoa, shit.
Oh, ah! I was distracted.
Sure you were.
I was distracted by a fucking explosion going off, okay?
Oh, sorry. Did that pause on you as well?
Yes, it paused on me as well.
Okay, hang on. Let's just do a pause for a second. Let's see if we can change the options. Is there?
You're looking to try and change the what's-a-mahoozy split?
Yeah, I was just trying to see. Camera shake. Okay, so we can do it for each of the individual, like what we want for each of the individual characters.
No, it doesn't. Because here's the thing: is like I think there was a because I've seen it like on one TikTok where it does rotate at one point and like dependent on some levels.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be an artistic choice in that regards.
Yep.
That's actually kind of a view.
You're right, Slowpoke?
I'm taking my time.
We're still searching for the glitch, right?
What else do you think we're doing?
Having fun.
Going insane? Or both? You tell me.
No. The glitch has to be around here somewhere. It has to.
It's slowing down!
Okay, oh wait, hang on. We gotta wait for the gap in the shield thingy.
Oh, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright.
At least I got the easy one.
Oh shit, that was close.
I survived that.
I survived. Okay, looks like maybe on either side we've got to go.
What are you doing on this side?
Well, I went on that side first. You went on the other side.
I'm just on the right side of the screen. I thought it made sense for me to be on the right side.
So, how does this work? Do you know what will happen next in the story?
Sort of.
Come again?
Writing it and experiencing it is a totally different ballgame.
Let's hope there's a plan to safely separate us and return me back to my story.
Thank goodness there isn't any like physics collision between
You blew your shot to get published.
It would make things a little bit difficult.
No, I think they're up to something fishy. I just don't know what yet.
Oh, nope. I was waiting. Oh, I was like, oh, is he gonna make it? No! Oh, no.
There we go. I saved myself. Oh, I see.
Okay.
This feels rigged.
And we have takeoff.
There we go.
Holy!
Can't be locked in a room with children.
I hope no one wanted that cannon. Eep, 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 eep. shit!
Split. Then more like split dicks.
Hi there, Cap.
Hi, Cap. How you doing?
Nah, they just wanted to come in here and say split dicks, is it?
Still no sign of the glitch.
Cheeky.
Nice. Oh, jeez.
Oh crap!
Yeah, that I was like, wait, do I have to properly aim?
An actual saying.
I want to hit the right bumper, hoping it would like, you know, just pull me up like it does in Monster Hunter, but that's not the case.
Can you handle a gun turret?
Is that a common question you ask people?
Or any weapons for that matter?
I had a slingshot when I was a kid.
All right.
Oh god damn it!
Here we go again.
I hit the jump button, but it just
press forward when you. There we go. There's like almost a rhythm to it that I was able to like just go bounce, 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 bounce.
yeah, it's a little difficult.
3 days ago marked the 19th anniversary of Mother 3. It's also marked the 19th year Nintendo hasn't localized Mother 3.
Fuck! Oh, this is gonna be one of those bitches.
This is the opening level as well. Like,
look, I'm still doing better than Elon Musk.
yeah.
Fuck! That does not like me.
Can we like summon? No, we can't. I thought there was a way for us to switch characters. So then that way it's just a case of, oh, let me take over this character. And then we're just like, boom, 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 boom.
I was like, I'm pressing the jump button and going forward, but she just... I think it's sort of how you have to press it.
It's like forward and jump, isn't it? So like, yeah, there, 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 and there.
Yeah, because I'm hitting jump and then forward, which is probably what's doing me in.
Yeah, that would do it. Oh, now we're all one screen.
That's our ship! Get it! What? It's our only way out of here! Oh no!
Wait, why am I...
I'm too pretty to die! Take Grant instead!
To the right. There we go. There we go. Ooh. Okay, you're driving.
Well, we're fucked.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah, Grant, I'm driving.
Why are we flying towards the storm? We don't have a choice. I rode it this way. Oh, well, that's just splendid!
Why do I feel like my girl is just doing a fantasy world and it's just like, oh, it's just, you know, fun, happy-go-lucky farming.
Don't get penisy, kid.
Shoot them down!
I hit it! I hit it!
I didn't do it.
It was scripted. It's okay.
I know, but I still don't want to take the blame.
I did not sign up for this.
Over there! The glitch! Come on!
There we go.
Well, that was
Hi there,
chapter
Starkova.
1.
And now we're in fantasy round.
What the?
Oh, that's cool.
Love the generation of each of the worlds. Why does this level remind me of Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons?
Yeah.
Both of them EA, both of them cooperative.
No, the other one was single player.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's going on? I don't know.
But you had to control it with both controllers.
I can't keep track of all my ideas.
Oh, with both sticks.
Yeah.
We only submitted one.
What do we do?
It's not. These are all like in our brains. This isn't like, you know, submitted ideas.
Run! Definitely run!
Ugh, knights are corny!
Not like your desert storm was a masterpiece!
Oh, we're Donkey Konging this shit.
Yeah. I will be real, like, saying knights are corny while you have a fucking desert planet for your sci-fi is very hypocritical, considering we have more than enough, desert sci-fis ever since Dune and, what's-a-mahoozies, brain, come on.
Oh shit!
Dune and Tatooine.
Now might be a good time to run like fuck!
Watch out! Brace yourself! Oh.
There we go. Oh, we changed directions. Ow. Oh, okay, so...
It's auto-swimming us.
Yeah, it's auto-swimming, and we're using the stick to control where in the seats we're going.
Ow.
Yeah, that. Look. That, I was trying to remember the previous one where it was like, oh, B and A to go up and down, but, like, A was doing nothing.
This is crazy. You're crazy.
Well, I didn't submit this story for a reason.
But it exists because of you. You wrote it.
Don't forget who created this mess when you crashed into my simulation.
What? Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Oh, okay, I see what we gotta do.
You can do at least 2 dashes. So, yeah.
Why do I feel like we're about to do an Assassin's Creed here?
Let's see. Hey, Bale? Yeah!
Yay!
You've got to have faith when you leap.
Yep, Assassin's Creed reference.
Yeah, that was very on the nose then.
Hang on, let's have a look around. Make sure there's no like Easter eggs hiding around. Always gotta be careful of Easter eggs.
I can barely. There isn't exactly a zoom function for me to use.
Yeah. All right, looks like under here we go.
Trolls up ahead.
Oh, great stealth.
Well, yeah, we just had an Assassin's Creed segment, so.
Are these lemons?
Oh, okay, okay. I see what it's doing. I see. So. There we go. All right. And then I use my lemons.
Wait for mine to turn back around. Okay, now. Okay. Should be good to go.
Yeah.
Look at us using the brain cell.
Yeah.
Scramble.
Alrighty. There we go.
Oh, fuck this shit.
Oh my god, they just cut off his fucking arm. Why?
Well, that was dumb.
Yeah, big question. Why?
What is wrong with these guys?
Well, plundering gets them excited.
Yeah, just simple rules.
Also, what's with lemons?
I don't know.
The glitch! But how are we supposed to reach it?
A lot of running.
Really?
Oh, we're gonna have to dash. Ow.
You right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll catch up. I'll catch up. Don't you worry.
Ah! Ah!
That's awful.
glitch!
Ah! This is cool. Alright, so we're out of both of our other things.
Shit! That was a close call. Oh no. Are we in another one of your stories?
No. This is something else.
Then what is this place?
Whatever it is, I think the glitch has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's acting weird. Whoa! What is going on?
I don't know. Can you hear that?
It must be coming from...
He is rude.
What is this glitch?
Sir, the machine was never designed for 2 people at the same time.
It seems like their combined presence overloaded the entire system, causing it to glitch.
This is not supposed to happen. Can't we stop them?
We don't know yet, but we need to find a solution before the machine takes damage.
Damn it. What's the status of the other participants?
All stable. The machine is fully operational and is successfully extracting all of their ideas.
Except these two.
Oh, okay.
I
So
don't want to hear problems. I want solutions. Go!
they're a publishing house. They grab some prospective artists,
Extracting all of their ideas.
and they're using the machines to get more than one idea.
Perfectly fine until you came along.
But
So they're basically
trying to
stealing
steal
their
all
ideas.
of our ideas, not just the ones that we submitted.
Oh no. Oh, what about my publishing deal?
Don't you get it? There is no publishing deal. We need to get out of here.
But how? How do we get out? Is that even possible?
Not sure. But they seem to get real worried about those glitches. I mean, look what it did. If we find more of them, I believe it might crash the whole system and we can break free.
Whoa, whoa, hang on. So you want to go through more of your crazy stories?
My crazy stories? Do you think I'm excited about meeting your stupid giants again?
Actually, they were not giants.
They were
They
trolls.
were trolls.
Whatever. It's either glitch hunting or we let them steal everything.
You're right. Are all your stories sci-fi?
Yeah. So?
I figured. You know, I really don't understand how one can enjoy sci-fi. It's just so... depressing.
Like I'm a fan of fantasy. It is by far the most overrated and pretentious genre.
Okay, that is an elitist take right there.
Yeah.
I'm Zoe, by the way.
So
Mio.
So yeah, because like the reason for sci-fi being depressing now is because every person living in the is technically living sci-fi fantasy now. Sorry, I just want to pause this real quick because very important thing. Because here's the thing, Star Trek is sci-fi, and for the longest time, that's how a lot of sci-fis were. Now, some of the earlier sci-fis, sure, there are examples such as Metropolis, Frankenstein's monster, where the sci-fi was normally used as a literary device with some mystery or depression involved with it. But it wasn't the only tone that sci-fi had. Sci-fi was a mixture of, good and evil and what have you. And the whole point for positive and negative was that they wanted to utilize the unique nature of, science having solved like all these other crazy things in order to, have it focused on, one small area that we're still having questions about. So for instance, Frankenstein's monster was a question about morality and the rapid progression of science and the responsibility scientists have and what have you. Nowadays though, everyone who's seen sci-fi is like, it's always going down, like it's always downhill and such, and everyone's just having a Black Mirror kind of thing. Yeah, if you're only seeing Black Mirror, you're gonna have a very terrible take of very terrible time. And so yeah, we have all these negatives. Fantasy is not overdone. Fantasy is just it's a lot of different tones, but it's very outdated morals right now.
Where are we?
Yeah, no, I agree.
They really are stealing our ideas.
So this isn't the story you submitted?
No. I wrote this a couple years ago.
Okay. What's it about?
Revenge.
Revenge? Oh, that sounds dangerous. And what is this?
Careful!
Whoa!
Okay, I thought it was gonna be a lightsaber.
What are you doing up there? Ugh. What kind of a revenge story is this?
It's very simple and straightforward.
No, it.
Cyber ninjas hunting down the boss of the SRI crime syndicate.
In what world is any of that simple?
Let's just go through the story and find the glitch, okay?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
So we're each gonna have different techniques in order to solve puzzles through this, by the looks of it.
Yes. Ow.
Oh.
It's your weapon. It doesn't look like a weapon.
Treat it with respect.
Ow.
Oh, okay, so that's how mine works. And then that's probably your thingamadiggy there.
What a warm welcome.
And then there we go. Yep. So that's mine. And then
Okay, I see how this works. You're gonna have to swing that over to me.
oh, because you're stuck on the. Okay, okay, I see how it is. And then yeah, and then you just have to jump over the thing.
All right, keep dragging, keep dragging. Ooh, that was close.
And then yep, you go up here. And then I grab these.
Just don't hit me with them.
Fine.
Care to elaborate on this story?
Locate the boss, take her down, get out.
When you say take her down, what are you suggesting?
Cold-blooded assassination.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this girl has had a terrible time, and I wouldn't be surprised if the crime syndicate we're about to assassinate is gonna be like, you know, oh, like, it looks like her mom or some bullshit.
Yeah, that's not gonna surprise me either.
Oh, hello. And then...
Break all the things!
Oh, okay, so I need you to... Yep, there we go.
By the way, what exactly are we avenging?
The fall of society. Well, that sounds romantic, but pretty vague. The city's being bled dry by the crime syndicate's corruption.
And we're here to assassinate things straight.
That's the gist.
Yeah, very much a, you know, annoyed with the world, but doesn't really have a solution for the world.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm on the roof. Hi, Mom!
Bye!
Hang on, stay there. I think I'm gonna have to cut these for you.
Not all of them, just some of them.
I like to be thorough, okay?
Easy!
Yeah, because see how they come back up? So...
Hey, I saw that!
Won't spiral out of control, will it?
Yeah, about that.
It will.
I get bad motion sickness.
You'll be all right.
Hang on.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool.
Alright, now do it the other direction.
Yep. Whee!
Whoa. Okay, so this might get a little trickier than I anticipated.
So much for very simple and straightforward.
Yeah. But damn, what of you?
Oh. Okay, Oh, we run up that thing.
Okay, hang on. I'm waiting for you.
There we go.
There you go.
So yeah, the cars move. Ah, you...
How do you think
I missed the little
this
thing.
simulation works?
What do you mean?
Well, considering mean that Raider wants to extract all of our ideas? Does this mean we'll go through all of them?
Not sure. But as long as the glitch keeps messing with the machine, I'm ready for whatever.
Agreed.
Ah, okay, so I gotta bounce you. Hang on, hold up, stay there.
There we go. And then there's like a little thingy-diggy there, or... Yep, there we go. And then...
Oh, shit!
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Oh,
shit! No,
oh, okay, so you're supposed to stay on it?
Still
Yeah.
sitting here, Zoe.
Okay, there we go.
I love how the thing is just like, this is a rental!
Alright, you're on?
Yep, I'm on. I'm on. Stay there. There we go. I think you can press B to cancel.
Okay, yep, I see it.
Go. Okay, do not, what's Makuzi?
Do not touch the soup?
Do not touch the soup. So... And none of them gave a shit about us going through their cargo.
Oh, hang on. I think you need to release them both.
How? So I can do that one. Oh, wait, so I do that. You go onto that platform thingy-majiggy over on the left there.
There we go. I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then I guess you go onto that bus. And then you climb up here. Are you past? Yep.
Yep, past it. Okay, moving up. Past it now.
Nice. And then you break that thing. Which...
You're good to go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Probably shouldn't stand where it's about to fall down.
Run across. So far, so good.
So good so far.
There.
Let me guess. You're from the city.
Yeah. Born and raised.
Ow.
Ow!
That wasn't my fault.
Totally blaming you.
Nah, can't blame me.
Would anyone want to live in the city? It's so loud and dirty.
The countryside would bore me to death.
Oh, and the light pollution? It dims all the stars at night.
Stars are overrated.
Yep, there we go. Stars are not overrated. How dare.
Come on! It won't budge.
Step back. Stop. Hands above your heads.
Like, I would like to be in an apartment, and there's some benefits to the city, but I like stars as well.
We're gonna fight our way through this.
I've never been in a fight before.
What were you expecting? We're cyber ninjas.
Suspect is in debt with the SRI. Lethal force is authorized.
Lethal force?
For having debt.
I mean, this is future society.
Yeah, it's just funny that it's just like, you know, they don't have them like, you know, for re-indoctrination or servitude. It's just, nope, lethal force.
No, I got it.
Boom. Bam.
I was holding on to that one.
I like this one.
Watch out! Brutality.
Did you just say
Brutality.
Okay, that's one of your things to do.
Yep.
Oh.
Big volley incoming!
Alright, go for the next lot.
There.
One more coming through.
Ah, got hit. Let me just... Okay, so button mash to revive. There we go. Okay, do it again.
Coming through.
Where the fuck is the car now? There it is. But yeah.
Brutality.
Very doomer mindset where it's just like, death. Like, goodness gracious.
Ow, my ass.
It hurts.
Really necessary.
Yes.
Oh, stop complaining. Come on, let's progress the story.
Mio? What is that?
It's not a part of my story, that's for sure.
Doesn't look like a glitch.
No. More like a portal or something.
Ooh, I wonder where it goes.
We should avoid the risk of getting even more lost in here.
Nah, fuck it.
Couldn't it be worth exploring? Who knows, we might find some answers.
Or it might be a trap.
Or something useful.
Oh, their realities are blending into one.
Okay. Oh, wait. There we go.
Fascinating.
Great.
Arabian Nights.
They weren't kidding when they said extracting all of their ideas.
So we're back in one of your stories again?
Yes and no. This is more like an unfinished idea I once explored.
So, what kind of idea is this?
Well, this might be better to show and not tell.
I'm already regretting this.
Give her a chance.
Are we gonna be sand surfing?
Raider isn't just stealing all of our stories, but our unfinished ideas as well.
Yeah, this is bad.
There we go.
Shark.
Shark.
Glad those sharks are dead. They don't look friendly.
Yeah, those are dead.
Shark bait.
Welcome, brother Sharkbait. Damn it. I screwed up on the what's-a-mahoozy.
Yeah, you did.
So yeah, because I was more on the left. Go.
Shark bait. Ooh ha ha.
Sharkbait. Ooh aha.
Now, let's traverse the sands of time.
That's Ubisoft.
Oh, is this This is a Prince of Persia reference.
These ones are alive and hungry.
It's a very poor Prince of Persia reference because Prince of Persia's Sand of Time is like, you know,
on the rocks.
sort of a what's-a-mahoozy, just a one-time thing.
Well, they have been trying to remake it.
I would love a remaster of Okay. Okay, so you're.
I'm all out of thumps.
Oh, okay, so there's only so many thumps.
Okay, I see. Okay. Go.
Get out of the sun!
Wait, damn it. I didn't do the. Sorry.
Okay,
Ready?
wait. All right. Go.
Oh, okay. So, alright. So Go.
It's on to you! No, no, no! Can't jump anymore!
Okay.
Oh, this is difficult.
So
Okay.
I have to do it like really slowly then. So.
Okay.
So.
No!
Oh, it won't let me like do it.
Ah, damn it.
Do you wanna do this one?
Yeah. Let me give it a go. Okay. Let me know when. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll get it. We'll get it. All right. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
I'm out of beats, Zoe!
There we go. Made it.
Okay. Hang on. Wait. Just gonna scratch my ear quickly. Okay.
All right.
3,
2, 1, go.
Help me to watch it! Oh, crap!
No. You need to go to the other one.
No, I'm not gonna make it to the other one.
Okay. Makes sense. All right.
Oh, hang on. I thought I was gonna do this one.
Oh, okay. You want to do this one? All right.
Yeah. I'll do this one. Okay. When you're ready, just do your 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, go.
Shark! Why did I include quicksand? No more juice! Better hurry!
There we go. Alrighty.
Ooh. You really gotta be careful on the timing for this. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oi, watch it, Theo!
I've been doing like jumps and dashes when I do it. So you ready?
Yeah, okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So you do.
Okay.
So you do the pumps this time, and I'll go to the other one.
Are you gonna be able to reach the other one?
I reckon I can.
Okay, let's see how you do. Okay. Count down when you're ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hurry up!
Oh shit, sorry.
Made it.
Oh, not bad though.
All right. All right. So what happens if I? Okay. So I need you here with me. So you go to the other one.
Actually, I wonder if I can make that one.
Well, no, you can't because the shark is here. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Fuck you.
I thought you were getting killed by the shark. Is all.
Seriously?
That one's a bit of a weirdie. Is he gonna jump up? No, he isn't. Okay, cool.
Just passing through, fishies.
I must say, seeing this idea come to life is pretty unexpected.
Yeah, if Raider's coming for everything we created, we'd better prepare for surprises.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, you can like dash on the rope as well. Oh, damn it! No, there we go.
Whoa, you almost ended up as shot. Shit!
Help me to watch it!
There we go. Oh. Uh-oh.
I forgot about the shark pool!
Oh, look at this! Remember to jump.
Who creates a shark pool?
So
It's like a kiddie pool, but sharks.
Why are we in an hourglass? Oh, you know, it's like they say.
Oh, it is the sands of times.
And what about the sharks then?
I haven't figured that out, but they are exciting.
There we go. So we are in an hourglass, hence the sands of time bit.
Yeah.
There we go. You're back with lunch? Nice. Welcome back, Angrel.
So, got a
And yes, it is a crossover episode.
Yeah. Jump!
Oh, hello.
Ooh, shark riding.
Crazy awesome! I don't know!
Oh, jump. And then you need to do the thingamadig again.
Stocky!
There we go. Whee!
This is honestly kind of cool.
This is a cool experience, yeah.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, it's getting slower and slower. There we go. Thankfully, you can double jump.
Freaking out!
I think the problem was I was jumping too late.
Hey, there's that portal again! Keep going!
Nice. So that gets us back into sci-fi. Oh, and look at this. It's doing the union thing.
Back in your story again.
Yeah.
And in the exact same spot that we left from.
Oh, never mind. There was sand around, but it's not here again.
Where did it go?
I don't know. It looks like it got removed from the simulation.
Removed? Does that mean we saved my idea from being stolen?
I guess so.
Yes. Then let's keep an eye out for more of these side stories.
Yeah, but our focus should be on hunting down those glitches and escaping.
You're right.
Well, the side stories would mean...
Cyber ninja, I suppose.
Doing the side stories means we'll get them out of simulation,
Well,
at least.
I for one will stay vigilant for these side story portal thingies.
Okay, then I'll track the crime boss.
But there could be some real hidden gems in there.
My old and unfinished ideas got shelved for a reason.
Aren't they worth checking out if we can save them from Raider, though?
Fine. Maybe.
I wonder if there's like a story plot reason to finish them.
I reckon there might be.
Okay, hang on. Where are you? I'm gonna throw this ball at you.
Oh, there you are.
Zoe, catch!
Now the question is, where do you throw it? Ah, there you go.
Yep, gets me through here. There we go, thank you.
Alright, throwing another one in 3, 2, 1.
Yep, you were right to to predict that. 'Cause I wasn't paying attention on my side.
Oh, there's a ladder up there. Ladder up there.
Where?
Up there, top left. Where I'm looking.
Oh, hey, there's a little basketball thing. Nice.
What, no achievement? Come on!
Nah. Doesn't seem to be. Oh,
Oh, hang on. Let me see if I can make the shot.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Oh, okay. I need to give you the what's the Mahuzi thing. Hang on a second. So this, and then throw it to there. There you go. And then that should give you the blah blah blah.
Ah.
Chop chop.
Up in the real world, do you practice any martial arts?
I used to.
Huh. What holds you back? You seem healthy.
Not enough time or money lately.
Huh, sounds like me. Always late.
Oh, look! That's from It Takes Two.
Yeah. I've not actually played the game, but I've seen it in like a clip.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, and
respect the queen.
Oh! Grant, how could wait? Hang on, can you rip more parts of it off?
let me see.
Let's
Nah,
see if you can rip.
nah, just.
Oh! How could
But yeah,
you?
I remember in the It Takes Two, like, yeah, you had to like rip her apart or something.
I haven't played the game, so.
Yeah. Well, I saw it with Sea-Dog VA and Iron Mouse playing it, so like. That's why I was like not 100% enthusiastic of playing the older games of It Takes Two and A Way Out, because I already saw people playing it, but I've not seen people play this.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to run. Oh shit!
Wait, how soon does it come?
Okay, here it comes. Yeah. Oh, nope, I jumped too early.
Oh, what? Oh, okay, so that just lets us, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Triple pole action!
da, da.
Somebody come get her. He dancing like a stripper.
Oh look, a oh, what's that?
Here's the thing. The gaming industry.
Oh, that's the if you listen to it, that's the Game Awards.
Okay. Fuck the Oscars, you know?
Yeah, that's him being like, you know, fuck the Oscars or what have you. The
Yeah.
game dev for this guy.
Oh, what a clever callback. I like that.
That was good.
Okay, this spot is the hideout of our crime boss.
I'm not surprised you're a club cat, Mio.
Play me techno, and I'm in heaven.
Whatever happened to real artists? Real instruments?
Oh.
Real music?
Things evolve, Granny.
Also, like, funk is a pretty good sort of genre, personally, and that is, like, not real music or what have you in her mind.
Going to the club through the front door. We're
Funk?
cyber ninjas, remember?
Yeah, right. Because we've been all about
That's not a
stealth
real
up until
word.
now.
Funk? No, that's real.
Bullshit.
It is.
Whoever came up with that needs to have their head examined.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we need a... So it starts here, and then it goes to the right. That was rude. You got a pre-roll ad? Sorry about that, Erne Zach. There should be pre-roll advertisements though.
What's she like? She's a ruthless psychopath who kills for fun.
Sounds like a real gem.
Did they just talk about the antagonist just then?
Let me guess, it's my mom.
I already made that joke, but it would be very on the nose if it was, wouldn't it?
Well,
I mean, pretty much.
Well. Look what the cat dragged in. Are you finally here to pay your debt?
You're not getting shit.
I decide when your shit is paid. And until the mortgage is secured, your ass belongs to me.
What is she talking about, Mio?
No, don't mind her. I just wrote her as a flat, greedy villain.
The dialogue sounds oddly specific, though.
Say hello to Mr. Hammer.
It sounds.
Hi, Mr. Hammer.
I love how it's like, oh, it's just generic Eric Evil dialogue, and it's like that sounds very specific, and then we get Mr. Hammer.
Bring it on! Take him out.
It's hammer time.
Really?
It's Mr. Hammer.
Let's hammer out the details.
Really? Blech.
Oh, you need to do that. You need to hit it. There we go.
Okay.
Earn my paycheck.
All right, once again.
Go for it.
There we go, halfway through. Oh, are you affecting it as well when we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
My little friends.
Hello, little friends.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Oh, I don't want to hurt dogs. They're mechanical.
Don't mind me button mashing.
Get the money.
This is not okay.
What I wouldn't give for a turbo button right about now.
Hey, those breeds were expensive.
Eh.
Go for it.
Getting back in. There we go.
I don't like that they've made the right trigger the swing.
Yeah. Oh. Stay alive.
Oh, shut up.
Here we go.
Damn it. Okay, go for it.
No,
Oh,
I already
never mind,
grabbed
he
it. Yeah, he grabbed it already. Oh.
This guy is mental and about to be dead.
Oh, if you get too close, you still get the electrocution. There we go. All right.
Go for it.
There we go. Oh, yeah. It's just like the opening of Cyberpunk.
Oh shit! I almost fell right in that hole.
What a gentle, family-friendly story you created! Kick-ass, isn't it? No! There! Escape through that shutter! Hurry, Zoe!
Mash it, 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 mash it. Well, we're fucked. Never mind.
We're alive.
I am gonna need counseling after this.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Is this the Oblivion everyone is talking about? No, Vector Victor. I played that yesterday in the morning. That was honestly a lot of fun because I've not played Oblivion past the sewer before. So, and it's very high quality. Ooh, hello.
Okay, there's carrots.
It's gonna be a county fair.
Are we pigs?
Zoe, what am I? Wait, no, am I? Yes, calm down. We're just pigs.
Just pigs.
just pigs? Actually, we're super pigs.
Yeah. Super pigs. Let's go.
I think I'm gonna have a panic attack.
Oh, I can.
You'll warm up to your super pig powers in no time. Fart fly? Magical rainbow farts are truly the best farts.
Wee. And look at the. You're having way too much fun with the farts, aren't you?
I am.
Oh, I love muddy puddles.
Hey, Agril!
Perfect for Crowd.
Right. The door wants apples. Let's find them.
Alright, so I'm green, so... Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be giggling so hard at this, but I am.
Holy strawberry.
The holy strawberry. You're having way too much of a laugh, but yeah, I love how Angel's just like, perfect for Code, and I'm like, yep, just eating whatever the fuck they want.
Got an apple? Snack is served.
Delicious apples.
Oh my
This
god.
side story is wild, Zoe. Oh, relax, city girl. Have fun.
So
Get muddy.
silly.
I'm hungry.
Oh, look. Look at this. Okay, well that was...
Oh.
Well, that was silly of you.
I wanted to see what would happen!
Gotta love a pig bath.
Oh, that's cool. Alright, so...
I'm sorry, this will never not be silly and funny.
Yeah. Alright. Got my apple. Yours is over there. So you're gonna
Where
need
is mine?
So you need to hit one of the bubbles that will bounce you up. So then that way you can get to the first platform. So see how it's...
Okay, oh yeah, I see him over there. Yeah. Like up here?
Yeah, so you wanna... There you go.
I'm sorry, this is not gonna be not funny.
You're such a child where you're just like, every fucking 10th fart or something like that, you're just like, just giggling. You're just like,
Do love me some apples.
Alright,
This might actually be the first idea for a story I ever wrote down as a kid.
So you're a country gal?
Yep, from head to toe. Or, I mean...
So yours is a spring-loaded thing, is it?
Yeah, mine's like a spring thing, like Slinky. See?
Okay, so hang on.
Oh. There we go. You done? Oh no! They're grilling him!
Probably shouldn't fart on that, because, okay, I think you've got to jump on it and then... Ah, crap. Okay, hang on. Let me try it again. So, jump on it.
Here's one.
Alright.
Okay, I'm
and
guessing I'm
my
probably going to have to
one,
help you with yours.
Which is, looks to be somewhere along this side. So I think you need to go over to there to get to the apple, so then that way it goes down, so then that way I can...
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, wait, stay up. Stay up.
Hang on, yep. I think
Stay
I've got to jump off.
Yep. Yep, so that way I can come on, and then...
Apple here!
Apples!
Why do I get the feeling that, like, Engril is going to draw something about this?
It would be funny if he did. Just look at this Slinky, and then if you are gonna draw something, it has to be me just sort of being like Ko just having his fun with the art rainbow and what have you, and I'm just sort of like
You're just all serious while just flying around, fart rainbowing.
Yep.
Fancy some apples, good sir?
I do. How did you know I love apples?
This is just a children's story.
My house is indestructible!
Looks stable, I guess.
Or is it now?
Oh, hang on, I see it.
There we go.
Oopsie. I didn't expect that farting force.
Now I feel kind of bad. Sorry.
Angrel, we all know you would if you got the chance. Ah.
So you have to avoid that?
Maybe? I'm not sure. I gotta use it to my advantage to get up somewhere.
Nope.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this is kind of cozy.
Yeah. This side story came out glorious.
Yeah, why do I get the odd feeling this is gonna turn dark in a second?
I don't know. I don't think it will. It's silly. We're going to go into a flying strawberry shortly.
Ooh, broccoli rules.
Nothing's better than homegrown vegetables.
And look.
Oh, hang on, I gotta go.
Pigs in a blanket.
Okay, there we go.
And there we go.
I think I could get used to being a pig, actually.
Oh, enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, go slide.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, God!
Oh!
Did we just get turned into sausages?
What
Yeah.
the hell, Zoe? What? Oh God! I know. Let's just end this.
Yeah, why don't I just grill myself?
Hang on. Okay, so...
Hot. Oh, kind of nice, but ouch!
There we go.
And beautifully cooked. Ooh.
I do think I need condiments.
Hang on,
Alright,
let me squirt. Let me squirt. You squirt me. Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
I look delish.
You gotta get a little closer. Okay, there you go.
Now I would give myself the chef's kiss. Mwah.
There we go. We're about to be eaten by fucking...
Wait, no.
What the... This...
Okay.
Why is Vor always in video games?
Are you for real, Zoe? Like I said, I wrote it when I was a kid. What sort of devil child were you? I guess there's no easy way to tell a kid how sausages are made.
That shit was traumatic.
But then imagine how a 7-year-old Zoe took it.
So that's how a 7-year-old decided to process, this is how we make sausages that you love to eat.
Apart from being a bit disturbing, it sure looks like that idea got removed from the simulation. So in order to save a side story, we just need to go through them. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, crap. I missed it.
That's okay. There we go.
Grant's just up there killing everyone while I'm just down here. Well, that was slightly traumatic. Ow! You bastard! Okay, you're gonna have to throw those.
Oh, Wilhelm scream. Oh!
Okay, yeah, I think you...
Okay, so...
There we go. Thank you.
That makes a little more sense. Oh, okay, so it's this thing. Alright. Yep. And then... Is that a big enough jump? Awesome.
Yep, hang on.
And then, yep, you go there.
Oh, got a very itchy nose. Hang on 1 second. I gotta have a sneeze.
Bless you.
I'm gonna quickly take my nasal spray.
Alright, sounds good. I'm gonna swap to standing mode real quick. Quotes taken out. You do know you could, like, quote... Oh, wait, no, that's Code's quote. So, yeah, quote Code one day. Like, if we play again together and he's, like, streaming it or something. But that is hilarious. It's just like, Grant, get over here. Let me squirt you. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom. Sorry, hang on. One moment.
I hate taking nasal spray. Just the whole feeling of it going up my nose. Like, ugh.
Ah, okay then. Alright, just have to go take a bathroom break.
I heard you.
There we go. Alright, cool. Ready?
Alright, hang on. Whoop. Okay. Let's do this. Resume?
Yep. Alright, so you need to hit something.
Hang on, yeah, I think I see it over here.
You missed the other thing that was behind you.
Oh, okay, I did. Okay, yep. Okay, go.
Yep. So, there we go. And there we go.
Did you make it?
Yep, made
Because
it.
I lost my...
It does have its perks, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I truly feel blessed.
Check out that tower. That's where we're heading.
Is that a
Oh.
parking garage?
Yeah, we need to reach the top floor.
Okay.
Okay, looks like we gotta grab a car.
Alright. Yep. Swing. And then drop.
Enforcers incoming! Stop shooting at me! Try me!
There we go.
The Black Mamba.
Oh, Kill Bill reference right there.
Yeah.
Look, she's... This girl is like 20.
Ooh, are we gonna do like a bike scene?
Tell me,
Let's see.
what are you poor souls even trying to achieve here?
Major spoilers, douchebag. We're killing you at the end.
You could have better dialogue, but sure.
And then what? We always find a way to get our repayment.
Repayment? What is the inspiration behind the story, Mia? Now, Zoe.
It's time to settle the score.
So either that's a mom or that's the bank.
Okay. That's a lot bigger than I remember writing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Paid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me? Run!
Your corpses will be subject to towing.
So now we owe this boss lady parking tickets as well?
Yeah, she squeezes everyone on everything.
I'm guessing this is the mother.
I think so too.
Sorry, Mio. You happy when you get hit with a ticket? No, but this is a bit extreme.
My garage, my rules.
Head back, head back.
Oh, okay, so we gotta go the other direction. Okay.
Hey, Grant, I think we were supposed to go the other way.
Yeah, I think we were supposed to go the other way, yeah.
Head back, head back. Jeez, all this for some parking tickets. Yep, an eye for an eye. Wouldn't it just be easier to pay them and move on?
Never. Tonight we liberate the city from parking attendants.
Okay.
Officially expired.
Oh, okay.
How do we fight back?
Just have some patience.
Hope you got an airbag.
Ow.
I will have order.
This is a bit over the top.
Yeah, so when there's flashing lights, it means it'll move forward.
I spy with my little eye.
Alright, so you
Resisting. Start killing, please.
Oh, you have to deal with all that.
Yeah, and I gotta figure out how to get him to...
Hit the eye.
I like ribbing more than writing.
There we go.
My blade will end you.
There we go.
Vengeance is awesome.
Us.
Really couldn't come up with any puns for that.
Wheelies.
Yeah.
Move yourself from my parking lot.
Oh, it's
Remember
on
your
fire
positionals, Grant.
afterward. Positionals.
Vehicle violence.
Grant, you should use your mitigations.
Ah! It's fucking Stormblood all over again.
Hey, I am not a parking zone. Parking is in your face.
I'm getting near automata potato feels right about now.
Sounds good.
Under the bus.
There we go. There we go.
Will be met with violence.
Oh, hello. There's an inside now.
I have had enough of you.
Zoe, rip it out. I got it.
Okay, so that's one. So now there's another.
Alright, I'm going for the next one. Here it comes.
My sword right here.
There we go. That's two.
It's like pulling carrots.
Okay. Oh shit, I got thrown out.
Yeah, I got killed as well at the same time.
You lack vision.
Alright. Going for it again.
Rip it out.
Oh. There we go. Okay, I don't get immunity frames when I do the dodge.
Let me just park
Okay, here we go.
right here. It's like pulling carrots.
Lens laser.
Okay, going for the last one.
Yep.
Here we go.
I'm trying to get to it right now. Oh,
Wheels in the sky.
there we go. Got it.
I've enough of you.
Uh-oh.
No order! Only chaos!
Ah!
What's it doing?
Don't drop your guard. You will respect my parking regulations.
Oh, okay.
I love bureaucracy.
You're up, Zoe!
Stop it. This is unlawful. I'm gonna get you.
I'll strip you! Finish it, Neo! This is mine!
Subatomics parking it just went down in size as you were hitting it even further.
Payment!
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
You know, for cyber ninjas, on a stealth mission, we sure cause a lot of explosions. And it's gonna get worse. Why am I not surprised?
Next up, those guys.
How lovely.
Don't worry, I got a getaway car.
Are there even any cars left?
Ooh, that's a cool looking car. It's black and yellow like Black Man.
I'll ride shotgun. Flying is not going to lower my stress levels. Just drive.
All right, you get the shooting on the rails.
Bitch.
Back down to seated position. All right, dunk. All right.
Okay, quick instructions, please. It's an automatic, Zoe. Just floor it.
Okay, I thought I could go under it. That was my bad. I thought I could go under the pipe.
Okay.
In my defense, fuck you.
It's an automatic, Zoe. Just floor it.
Oh, okay, so I keep wanting to go
Inverted controls.
down, but yeah.
Inverted controls, correct.
Okay.
Okay, quick instructions, please. It's an automatic, Zoe. Just floor it. Just floating objects up ahead, Mio. Never mind. I'll clear them. What do I do? Just stay on the road. That is the road. Hang on. Oh, this is gonna be tight. I did not sign up for this. The gates are closing. Step on it.
Oh.
Ah, don't scratch my page. Wait, those mine! Oh, I can't do this! I'm gonna close my eyes! Don't! Believe in yourself!
Nice. Alright, so now we're stuck in the pipe.
Rocket launcher!
Oh,
Now jump!
move while in the air.
Wait! Which one? Pick any! Wait! You had that rocket launcher the whole time! Impressive, right? Well then be it again and maybe use it! Train ahead! Train ahead! Whoa! See, you're getting the hang of this! Don't talk to me right now! Clear those mines!
To the left. There we go.
I don't exactly remember how this getaway ends. You're telling me that now? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, can we go through there?
I think you need to jump, Zoe!
And through the thingy.
Oopsies!
No, oh,
I'm sorry.
No, that.
All those expensive computers, Grant. Ah! Well, they're not playing Crisis anymore.
No.
We're good. We're good.
Remind me never to let you drive.
Noted.
This is such a cliche.
Oh, you're gonna need a. No, roll.
I wondered where all of this violence stems from.
If you roll the electronics can still technically work for a quick minute. If you roll the window down, you can equalize the pressure quicker and then open the door.
Killing must come from something.
You know what, Zoe? Let's stay here and find the root for it all, shall we? I feel like I'm ready to do some serious soul searching right here, right now.
Just do the countdown already.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just gonna get hit in the face with chlorined water.
It's the best kind of water.
Next time,
Ooh,
I'm
suntan.
flying a car.
They-
First time, I'd say I'd.
They have sunbeds outside.
I mean, it's the future.
The future is just always overcast? Is that it? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Go!
Nice.
Oh man, I love water slides.
Time to make my joints happy.
You know I have to,
Oh
right?
my goodness, look at that. You doing the water slide? Alright, you do your water slide.
Whee!
You gotta come in from underneath. Oh, or from above.
Oh, can't we just chill here for a bit? Yeah, I can get used to this.
Oh, there's a slide up there too. Alright, let me see. How would you... Nah, doesn't look like there's an easy
Water
way.
slide? Quite random.
The banana tree.
Bonene?
Bonene, bonama, banana.
Banana, banana. I found the slide.
Bing. Alright, hang on. Make my way.
Oh, I just activated the sunbeds.
Nice.
Over here.
Yep. Whee!
God, I haven't been on a water slide in years.
Me neither. There's just not time to go to like water parks, honestly. And
There
plus,
is one like an hour's drive from me, like a big water park in Geelong. I have promised my sister that I will take the kids over there for the summer this year.
okay, that's sweet.
The only thing is, I'm going to need to make sure I get myself some prescription lens goggles.
Yep. Oh, hang on. Up on this thing, and then.
You missed the relax moment.
There was a relax moment? Aw.
It was.
Is this even sanitary? Terrible place for a bath.
Okay, so I don't need to hold it.
That's all
Okay.
that we need to go to. Let me guess. You're not staying for breakfast? Nope.
Oh, hang on. Throw me.
I'm going in.
This way? Oh, not
A little
far
higher
enough.
next time.
All right.
Still gonna wash my hands. What have these people been eating?
And then you got that thing. Oh. Oh, I see it. Okay. Yep. So, oop, there we go.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Let me know. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. So you need to.
Yeah, I'm just probably trying to avoid the traffic.
Yeah, I think you need to
Alright,
do
wait.
it just as the traffic is about to end.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go. Did it. Oh, okay. It needs to be like one at a time.
Locked ya. Don't die from the zombies.
Ah.
Walking Dead reference.
Welcome. We
Hello.
have the presidential suite available.
What's this? Just a receptionist. Ignore her.
Oh. Going. So we're at the 200. Oh, lower level. And going up to the 200. Oh, no, we're going even higher than that.
We're on the roof.
Woof.
Regarding the glitch and our glitch hunt, what about it? Do you think we'll need to go through your entire story to find it? Who knows?
I just got a message from Angrel.
Yeah, I got a message from Angrel as well.
I suppose we don't have much of a choice.
So, oh, you see how there's a thingy-majiggy down there? So you need to go on these yellow things to go down.
Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah.
You see it? Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
I will take a look at it in a second.
Go. And then...
Oh, almost ended up going ass over tit.
Yep. There we go.
Strange color on a burger.
Cosmic.
Hey, I didn't know Cosmic had a burger brand.
It honestly, that looks like a pretty good burger. Not gonna lie. I have not been paying attention to the advertisements that have been going off in the background. Wait, fresh. So Casey versus Brutus. Oh, what the? Why is it upside down now?
Oh, this.
That's gonna trip me out a little bit.
Or upside down. Well, that weirdly makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, these changes in perspective are a little,
It's a little
disorienting.
Just a little bit. Oh, that's gonna be even. Yeah, that's a bit disorientating.
Oh, that's better.
Don't just defy the law, defy the laws of physics.
Hang on, let me have a look at what that thing Angrel said was for a second.
Yep, sounds good.
Let me have a look. God damn it, Angrel! I love it. I fucking love it. It is so perfectly us.
It is so. It's just so great. Thank you. All right, hang on, chat. So just so then that way you're able to also have a look and see it. So hang on, characters, Grant, gift art, ding dong.
And yeah, I'm gonna put it in my Discord for those who are in mine to have a look at.
Moo. So yeah, give me a second. Let me show you what was shared here. Show off images, browse. Ding dong. Gift art. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. All right, if you want it, here it is. Here it is. Look at me, just like, and Coach is having way too much fun.
It's totally me.
It's just so silly. I love it. I'm gonna need to put this on the cork board that I have on the back of these thingamadiggies and do renders again. It's
that's going in my slideshow.
it's great. Thank you so much, Angrel, for the gifted art. I appreciate it. Where's the Discord? Hang on. Ding. I have a Discord.
Now
I'll just send the message.
There we go.
All right. We're good?
I'm not a child, but yeah, okay.
You're not a child, you say.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh shit. Okay, I was wondering what happened there.
Ah, we're going on motorcycles.
Okay. We're entering the last beat of the story now.
With an epic finale?
Yep. We're stealing this bad boy so we can reach the crime boss and kill her.
Of course.
The AT Ovota.
So, Mio,
Adovota.
are you into fast cars and motorbikes in real life? Or are you a mechanic, perhaps? That's when you're not trying to be a writer, of course.
I'm not a mechanic. Dad is.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
Hop on!
Wait, don't we need helmets?
That's her first concern. She's just like, don't look, I live in Queensland. We need helmets.
You're squeezing too hard, Zoe. You gotta let me breathe.
Sorry! Just don't crash!
Oh shit.
Get ready,
Okay.
I'm incoming company.
Whee!
Ding, ding, dong.
This is kicking in.
Oh boy. Oh, yours thing. That's yours.
You're crazy!
Just hold on! Let's hit it hard!
Here we go again!
What a rush!
I'm trying to do tricks, but it won't let me.
Deal with them, Zoe! Oh, man!
Oh boy.
Awesome!
This is honestly cool though.
I think I got it! Of course you do! Right ahead! Get lost, suckers!
Oh shit, almost missed it.
Almost.
There's the tower! That's where we're heading, Zoe!
Oh, that big tower there.
In my defense.
In your defense.
Fuck that wall.
There's the tower! That's where we're heading, Zoe!
Oh, you right, Grant?
Yeah, I'm good.
Zoe!
I'm just.
I can't be picky right now!
Let's tear this up!
Oh. Oh, there it is. There's your thing.
Whoa! How cool are these screens?
What are you talking about? Eyes forward! Forward!
Yeah, see, that would be me in real life.
You'd just be like,
hey,
ooh,
look, distraction!
big screens.
Get ready!
What's going on?
Oh, because I was holding on to the thing.
Major, Mamma Mio! Major! major! Well, we did seal it, didn't we? Can we stop it? Here! Hurry before it explodes! Explode! Just fix it!
Oh, it's this segment. I think I've seen it on TikTok.
Self-destructive. 60 seconds.
There we go.
Self-destructive.
Very fast.
And now fire truck!
There we go. There we go.
Self-destructive. 40 seconds.
Oh, man!
Grant!
Self-destructive. 30 seconds.
I have agreed to the terms and conditions.
Hold on!
Oh, I have to do. You must read?
Self-destructive. 20 seconds.
Bike talk, airborne, yep. There we go.
Self-destructive.
Okay.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Executing self-destruct.
Wait! Self-destruct!
Ah!
Come on, Zoe! Jump!
I feel like that was busybody. That was not gonna be possible for me to solve.
What now? Improvise!
Oh, there we go. Oh, goodness.
Ah, sweet, we both get a
Hey,
bite.
Akira slide!
I mean, they had to.
Alright, I can do this! I can do this! We need to reach the top, Zoe! Got it! And get your weapons online! How? There should be energy charges around! Get ready, Zoe!
Honestly, like, just a smooth, like, motorcycle ride, though, to be real with you. It's not crazy to do.
Ow.
Don't worry, I'm alive.
Romeo, what's it?
Weapons online. Weapons charged.
Oh, okay.
Oh, bad time to have an itchy nose.
Yep. And for whatever reason, it didn't want me to do the stay alive. There we go. You alive? Oh, you.
Yep,
made
I'm
it.
alive.
Yeah, okay.
I'm staying alive. Staying alive. Ah, 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 ah.
Let me catch up, let me catch up.
Let's settle this debt once and for
Oh, now we're in an arena. Three. There we go.
When you control the money like we do, you control it all. Now, witness the unstoppable might of the SRI.
Get ready. She drives a tank. A what now? A tank.
Oh, look! It's a spank tank.
Oh, it's like the Killdozer.
Check out my most luxurious toy.
She had to own a tank. Well, I didn't expect to fight her myself when I wrote this. Now we're talking. Don't stop.
I'll make you homeless.
Did you hear that dialogue? I'll make you homeless.
Liquidate your life.
Great, keep at it.
Yeah, this is definitely a bank problem.
Yeah.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Incoming. Bye bye. Great, Zoe.
Thank you. Don't care, you're going to die.
Oh, not good, not good.
Oh crap!
Account balance.
We both went under the thing, didn't we?
Okay, yeah, I think we did it at the same time, maybe.
Okay, cool. So at least we don't have to go through the.
Oh, I got a hit on her! Great,
I'll make you homeless.
Okay, not die.
Whoa, shit, bitch!
Oh.
So. Yep, I'll stay on the edge until you revive.
Yep, did it.
So essentially, don't get too close.
Yep. Yes! She's not in the tank, is she?
I'm guessing this is gonna be a multi-stage. Yep, multi-stage.
Oh, yep, that's gonna be my stuff to deal with.
Let me show you the real meaning of power.
Oh, I don't approve this! Hit those weak spots! Yeah, I'm trying!
How dare you!
Oh, that was close.
Yep. Oh, hang on. Boom.
Attack her feet! Good, don't stop!
This city's in my pocket! You're making this very expensive for me!
Now's our chance! Get her from above! Do I spot ramp?
You'll never stop me!
Hit it where it hurts!
Alright, and then...
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Oh.
Time to end you once and for all!
A lot of work.
Drop her sorry ass again! Oh dear!
Respect the SRI! But I own this city! This won't be accepted!
These boss fights are actually a lot of fun.
Yep. Nope.
No, 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 no!
Revenge is sweet!
Almost there, almost there.
Never stood a chance!
Yeah!
Please don't let there be a stage 3.
Maybe.
Please tell me that this story is over now.
Yeah. It is.
Awesome.
There, the glitch. Let's get it.
Can I ask you something? What's with all the debts and payments in this story?
What do you mean?
I'm just curious as to what the story's about.
I told you it's a revenge story.
That part I got, trust me. But what's it really about?
Yeah, what's the lesson? What are you trying to impart?
You always put a bit of yourself into what you create.
I don't think that's true.
Wait, so you're telling me everything we just went through wasn't inspired by anything?
Nope.
And isn't a desire.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
I don't believe you.
I don't care.
Well, I kind of do.
She's all like, I call bullshit.
Why?
Yeah.
You don't know me.
Maybe not. But seeing as we're trapped here together, it could be useful to know what to expect going forward.
Can't we just get the glitch?
You're not off the hook just yet.
Whatever.
But yeah, no. Anytime there's a story that's written, as fun as it would be just to, oh, hey, it's something fun to read and such. Usually there's a lesson imparted, whether it's via hammer or syringe.
Yep. Those glitches are definitely doing something. It seems to be exciting.
Hi, Blue.
Hey, Blue, how you doing?
You doing good? I was playing Blueprints earlier. Haven't solved it yet.
What's going on? It's those glitches.
And yeah, I'm playing Split Fiction with Code Yoshi.
Into the mainframe, it could jeopardize the entire machine.
Okay, that's it then. Let's just cut our losses and shut their extraction down, get them out.
Yes, sir.
Right away. It's not working.
What do you mean it's not working? Just get them out.
Sir, those glitches are blocking that command.
Then what are our options? Can we reboot the system?
We've never done a reboot while extracting.
Especially with people inside, it's way too risky, sir.
We could possibly lose every extraction.
God damn it!
They're more concerned about the extraction than the
Possible
people.
to communicate with them?
Yes. Yes, we could broadcast their signal up to us, sir.
Set it up, and bring me all the information you have on these two.
He seems really stressed about our glitch hunt.
Good. Let him sweat.
Alright, I'm guessing the next one's going to be a fantasy-based one.
Last one was
Most
mine, so
likely.
probably one of yours.
Yep, they got the same.
I have so many good ones.
How can you be so excited by all this?
What? We might as well enjoy it while we're here.
Also, who would want to write stories they're not excited for?
Exactly. Oh, we're about to see what the evil businessman is doing.
Well, we knew that he was stealing ideas and applying them to their publishing
nothing
house.
To worry about. Everything is under control.
Are you absolutely sure?
We heard you may be experiencing some issues with the machine.
No, everything is fine.
Do we need to remind you that we go public in 6 weeks, Raider?
We'll be under intense scrutiny, not just from investors, but from everyone.
Not just from investors, the first priority.
Didn't get into one pod in the first place.
Also, his mouth didn't move on my screen.
Faith in me.
Keep us updated.
Weird. Dual blades are the way to go. Well, I am a hammer main. Hammer bonks.
I think I might insert glaive it when I start.
Oh my goodness, you're gonna go with the stripper pole? Oh hey!
I mean, who doesn't want to strip that pole?
Such raggedy arms.
The hell?
Monkey!
Monkey!
God. Is this fur? Zoe? What have you done to me?
Monkey.
I can explain everything.
Where are you?
Been doing the pizza cutter yourself? Nice, Angro.
Yes, over here.
She's a fairy, isn't she?
Maybe.
Yep, I'm a fairy. It's cute, huh?
Why did you turn me into a monkey?
And hey, you're blue.
You can turn back into your human form, like this.
How did you do that?
Just think of your human form, and you'll transform.
DK64 over here.
We're shapeshifters. Amazing, isn't it?
This is a nightmare.
Give it some time, and you will come around.
Just tell me how we find the next glitch.
Let's find a way to meet up, and I'll tell you what the story's about.
All right.
Okay, so right button.
Smell like a dog? Come again? Never mind.
Oh, okay, I see. So I need a...
Me and my monkey. Oh, shit. Okay, so I can't swim as a monkey. Or shapeshift to swim.
There's a left
What the fuck
trigger, and then...
Oh! Okay, so I've got a swimming form.
Yep.
Shining.
Whee! All right, and then... Yep, all right.
You are Groot. If they don't do an I am Groot line...
Force of nature is fine.
No, there's gotta be an I am Groot line. I'm sorry, there has to be. Otherwise, it's a failed game. 0 out of 10.
It don't need it.
Neo, I presume? Oh, drop the pleasantries.
Oh,
Ugh, stupid piranhas.
there we go. There we go. Wee.
I'm never
Me and my monkey.
Some fresh air will do you good, city girl. Rock and roll, Boulder.
Sorry, that wasn't meant to be on purpose.
Sure it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Sure.
Not so bad being a shapeshifter now, huh? I feel violated. You know, I took inspiration for this story from when me and my sister were younger. We used to imagine we were different kinds of animals and...
Can we just skip to the end?
Oh, come on.
I was just in your story and I didn't complain.
You complained the whole time.
Yeah, she did. Well, she asked questions.
Anyway, welcome to the Underlands. Once upon a time, in a far distant land, magical creatures lived together in harmony until the evil Ice King arrived and cursed the land with ice, threatening all life.
Oh, just get Finn and Jake onto it.
Our quest is to defeat the Ice King in order to break the ice curse.
Exactly. Okay then, let's go save the world and find that glitch.
Monkey! Monkey? Monkey!
As well, didn't you? The glitch
Oh, what's this?
blocking them from shutting us down.
Yeah.
Hang on,
and
I'm
he
just gonna
seems
have a
a
look.
tiny bit eager to stop us from finding another one.
That's an understatement.
But at least now we know that we can actually break the machine and escape.
Hopefully.
Okay, hang on. Hold still. Hold still. Here we go.
Alright.
Bing!
Oh my goodness, can we go loop-de-loop?
Let's see if we can.
Oh, that was...
Really? Whew. Mind giving me a little push?
Okay.
Yeah, so why did I
think if
jump
I...
off?
Oh, okay!
Oh, okay, okay.
Get on, get on, get on, get on, get on, get on.
Alright, I'm on. Oh! A friendly push, monkey swing. I got an achievement for that. But yeah, I don't have any, like, aggressive nonsense. I got fairy, and I got Groot. And then, yep, fairy for this.
Oh, a seesaw!
Oh crap, I transformed mid-swim. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to monkey smash.
Maybe. Let's see.
Okay, where are you? You there? Okay.
now. Or max it out. Woohoo!
Okay, so yeah, you gotta okay, so transform into your. Yep. No. Go fairy, and then when I launch you, switch over to Groot.
Okay.
Okay.
Yay!
Okay, I think I've got to transform into small once you're in the air. Okay.
Yep.
Higher!
Nice.
I think this is just a little funny thing.
It's just a little funny thing. Like, that's all they all are, is they're just, like, fun little experiences.
Monkey!
Monkey.
Monkey! I'm sorry, monkey will never not be fun.
There we go.
A little push shoves into slams in a wall.
Yeah, look.
Bird up ahead. That's the rare bird of paradise, Neo.
Oh, Magic the Gathering reference!
Was it?
Yeah, Birds of Paradise.
Okay.
Bird of Paradise is a magic.
Ow.
Avoid
Hang on,
the
wait for the
spider.
spiky thing to go away. Yep, now. Launch.
Get lost, birdie.
Alright, now I think you've got to raise it up or something, don't you?
Oh wait, no, hang on.
Oh no. We gotta stripper pole it.
Yep. Yee.
Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Okay, so I climb faster as monkey.
Wow!
I wonder what the side stories are going to be for this one then. They're probably going to be sci-fi focused then.
Yeah, they would be, wouldn't they?
Shapeshifting seems to come naturally to you. It's humiliating. Can't you
Alright,
try
I'm good.
something, anything positive?
Oh,
You're
it's
going to have to
set-
raise it up.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't.
Well, my pollen allergy doesn't seem to trigger in here.
There we go. Yep, and then hit again. Oh, okay, so... No, hang on. You gotta need to go back to the first one. There you go. Next one.
Hang on, wait a second. Let me switch this one around.
Yep, and then switch this one.
Okay,
we
jump
go.
when you're ready.
Yep.
Okay, jump.
No, I can't jump
Oh,
because see how the other one
yeah.
is?
Yeah, shoot, that was my bad.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Alright, so probably... No, get that one the other way around, because... Yep, and then the... Can you go further? To the right?
Oh, yeah.
Because we want
Okay,
that
yep,
last
yep.
one to also be... There you go. Alright, so now I go onto this. Wait. Now. There we go. And then wait. Now. There we go. And now... Now. There we go.
Oh, okay, I don't have to jump to do that. Okay.
You just need to hit the ground.
Oh, I assumed I had to jump. That's why I was doing the jump.
And then then I do the dust. There we go. And then yay! Oh. Oh!
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Nah, it's okay. So yeah, so you'll need to stay on there so then that way. Alright. Here we go.
Alright.
Ready?
Go.
And
Go.
yep. The stream just like carries me is the thing, so you need to... Alright, let me get out of the way. There we go. You can go. You can drop off.
Keep it up, and I'll find you a banana. Don't.
Alrighty, so I'll need to go here. There we go. Takes me here. Whee!
Oh, I thought I was gonna make that.
This is so much fun.
It is, isn't it?
Woo! Refreshing! Wait!
Oh, the bird died.
Uh-oh. Oh. And then... Ooh.
Okay. Get on the stripper pole.
Yep. Alright, I'm on it.
Go down. Down.
Okay, show me slow and steady now, please.
Alright, yep, keep going, keep...
Slow
Alright.
and steady, Ottomio. Oh, I heard you the first time. I just don't want to become someone's brunch.
Alright, so you'll need to get me to that area there, so then that way I'm able to do the group thing. There we go, and then...
Alright, jump on when you're ready. Come on.
Okay, so it... Alright, so 3, 2...
2.
There we go, go. Can you dash?
No, I don't think I can. Hang on, let me... Ah, crap, even I got eaten on that one. Hang on, I gotta go back and grab it.
Yep, alright.
Let me see if I can dash or something. No,
Nah,
because if I transform, I die.
Yeah. Alright, so maybe stay there, so that way you don't have to go too far. I'll see if I can dash to that. There we go, go. Alright, I'm gonna cheat it a little bit. Keep going.
Good
Ah, damn it. It doesn't like me doing it for infinite. Darn.
Oh, no, wait, look, you're already on the other side, though, look.
Oh, nice. I was able to kind of tease it a little bit. There we go. Alright, let's see.
Alright, okay, this is gonna be difficult. Ah, okay, I see. There's a pole right there where that bird of paradise is.
Yep, okay. So...
I'll get you as close to it as possible.
Yep, there we go. So now I'm standing on it.
Hurry!
Oh, it's getting eaten!
I'm coming. Go.
Yep, I'm on.
Okay.
I'm on. That is interesting. Oop. Don't get hit by those. Yep. All right, and then.
Okay, hang on.
Captain, another side story up ahead.
Oh, look.
I see it. While the Ice King does need to be dethroned, a change of scenery is always
Alright.
refreshing.
Let's try and get to this story. All right, dink. So we do a wall run, jump across, wall run, jump across.
Okay, hang on. Where's the first wall run?
So see how it's there? You probably just need a leap.
Oh, hang on. I'll probably need to be Otter. So yeah, this will definitely be a
sci-fi, because we can already see it with like the like
visuals.
Yeah, and it's got like a little buoy as well. So
let's just hope it's not as fucked up as the pig.
The Vord learn how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
Flying.
Okay.
Ooh, color me curious. I want. Oh, okay. So that's.
Too comfortable.
Okay, I'm getting what was that movie?
We're here to stop a bomb train from reaching its target.
This is like a train heist.
A sci-fi train heist.
Sure.
You can have trains heist without sci-fi. Through the waterfall.
Yeah, but they're more fun though. Oh, the music in this is a bop.
Incoming mines.
Oh shit!
We both cacked. Oh, okay. We're
Train security defense. We need to blow it up. Like a violent train conductor? Yeah, more or less.
so much violence from her.
Well, it just goes to show the difference between the two storytelling.
Yeah, it does.
Do a barrel roll or something.
Really? Star Fox reference?
Fun fact, the barrel roll isn't actually a barrel roll, but a corkscrew.
Oh shit, you can do a barrel roll.
How did you do that?
X.
Nice.
Do a barrel roll. Press A to shoot.
But yeah, the barrel roll is actually a corkscrew. You have to go underneath.
Yeah, I kind of figured that when I tried to go between them.
Oh, that's a cool looking train.
Water skis! Wave
oh my
race!
Gosh.
We got this.
Oh my god, you do tricks when you jump. See that? You just need to press a directional.
This feels like something out of Triple X.
Yeah, it does. SX. Oh no, SX Tricky.
No, Triple X.
Oh, the film.
Yeah. That one on VHS.
Ah, okay. High C's for me.
Get your wings ready.
And
we. Now that's an impressive sight. Get on that train now.
There we go.
Don't lose your balance.
Yeah, sure. Losing balance is what I'm worried about.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Almost there. Grab a ship. On it.
Oh shit.
Oh, what?
Oh, the ship.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh.
Oh, gradient.
Oh, okay, and then bullets can, like, bodies can block bullets, it seems.
Get that power up.
What? Oh, that power up.
Now we're talking.
Oh, this is fun. Why don't we get more games like this? Why don't we get more top-down shooters?
I mean, there are plenty.
Okay, I'm just blind, it seems.
I used to play this old one on the PlayStation, 1960 something or other. It was basically like a top-down, like plane shooter type one with all sorts of different planes you can choose from with their own different like power-ups and upgrades. Homing missile.
But yeah, I remember this being very much a Flash game sort of play. So.
Oop, you've lost your shield.
Oh, okay. Alright, maybe I'll get it back. Yeah, I get it back.
There you go. Oh, crap. Actually, you know what we should do at some point?
What should we do at some point?
Cuphead.
Oh, that one looks difficult to do.
I've got it. I've just not played it yet.
Does it have the same thing as like Split Fiction where you can have a friend code?
I think it's got remote play. But I think you can play it online too.
Ugh. Wait, why does my ship look like a truck? I just realized.
Because cluckety fuck, yours is a truck.
Cluckety clock, yours is a truck.
That sequence would fit in a movie or something.
Oh, well, I'll be there opening night.
You would?
No, too violent. Way too violent.
Aw.
I need to go and pee now because it's my turn to pee.
Yep, not fair enough. So yeah.
I will be right back.
Not to worry, just gonna have a little more water. Actually, no, hang on a sec, I also need to pee. Trying to drink like 2 liters of water a day is crazy. Like, you gotta piss so fucking much. It's so convenient having a bathroom that's like right next to the office. I mean, phenomenal. Highly recommend. Ugh, I've not been getting my standing goal the last few times. I've not.
Okay, I have pissed and now I have returned.
Welcome back. I also had to piss, and it was a fairly quick one. Hi there, Warhorse.
I also had to piss.
Yep.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Here we go.
Anyway, let's dethrone the Ice King and find the glitch.
Yes, lead the way.
Okay, I'm guessing I've got to go under. Nope. Oh, okay, so we both got to go this way.
There we go. Okay, so I need to already be a...
Monkey!
Monkey!
Me and my monkey!
There we... Oh, wait, hang on. Do that again. There we go. Alright, and then this thing...
I gotta admit.
Ah, okay, so this gives you...
My world looks pretty spectacular.
Alright.
Yeah.
So you see how that works?
Wants to snatch.
Oh, it's on the other side. Okay, I was so wrong.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong distance.
I'm over here.
Yep, sorry.
Alright. Slowly does it.
Okay, so you go a lot faster than I was thinking. And then... What was that for? Oh, it was so you can get over here. I see.
Okay, let me stomp on this. You get your fairy self up.
Yep. There we go. Gets me up here. And then I go through this tight space.
Ooh.
Alright.
Oh, big yawn.
Maybe glitter wasn't the best camouflage, Zoe.
Nah. You're just trying to smash.
Well, looks like I'm gonna get you up there.
No. Other side. So, cause... Alright. You ready? So...
Yep.
I think... So you need... So... Oh, hang on. What the? What?
Hang on, I've got it. And then I think I've got to launch you up onto it or something.
Hang on, let me see what this does.
What a
Oh, okay, so this can hold it now.
Okay, now do you need to pull back on it or something? No, hang on, whoa, 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 whoa. Grab.
Ah,
there
okay.
you go. Now pull it back and let it go. Okay, I think we need... Oh!
What's up? Oh, you pick up... Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so you're gonna put the egg in there, and then you're gonna jump on it, and then okay, hopefully we don't kill it.
3, 2, 1, go.
There we go, and the bird's fine. Look at this! Look at the fat round bird.
How the hell did it survive that?
It's fantasy. And they're fluffy.
Fantasy or not, still a bit cruel.
Yeah. I might have to rewrite this part when I get the chance.
Fantasy.
Let me know when you're ready to call it too.
Oh, okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been about 6 hours or so.
I can go another hour because it is like 3 p.m. So, and when did we did this back at like what, 12:30, 12:15ish?
Yeah.
So.
You know where to go.
Yeah, it's not the Zoe and Ella. Aww.
Zoe.
Lesbo.
Zoe.
Or childhood friends, either one.
Yeah.
I just wasn't expecting this when I left home this morning.
Nope. It's the great
Boss fight,
Deco
maybe?
Tree.
Mio, meet Lord Evergreen.
Yeah, that's a Deco Tree if ever I saw one.
That's a weird
Yep.
name for a leaf tree.
Yeah. I borrowed the name from an old tree me and my sister used to climb. You know, every summer we used to take...
Look.
Okay, that'd be a sister then.
Oh, okay.
But do I have to remind you that we're stuck in a simulation? We have to move.
Okay, fine. We need to go inside Lord Evergreen.
Seriously?
Yes. And it is only the true friends of the Underlands who know the secret passcode.
Dun, 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 dun.
Cool, huh? After you.
It's your story. You lead the way.
Happily.
They are definitely very polar opposites.
They very much were meant to be in that such, as they showed you on the thing, because one was extrovert, one was introvert. The teenager is younger than the extrovert. Oh, sorry, like Zoe's like 27, Mio is like 23, so they're not like, a crazy age difference, but yeah, there's a difference. And then yeah, city versus...
This is giving me Limbo vibes.
Because of the thingamadiggy.
Yeah, because of the black and white.
Which is now gone. And replaced with color.
Ooh, this is gonna kick ass.
Oh, this is your smash.
Monkey smash!
Monkey!
Get back.
Oh, merge with nature. Okay.
Okay, this is the heart of the forest. The very essence of the wilderness.
Sounds intriguing.
Behold!
Zoe? Hey!
Oh, and now
Knock
she's
it
like,
off! Show yourself!
She is one with the green.
Is that you?
Yup. I'm like Mother Earth now, and I make the rules. Sort of.
Ah, okay,
Do you
so
control the environment now?
Yes. See me as your almighty guide.
Then take me to the edge.
You did that on purpose.
yeah, I did.
Forgot
I
to
did.
say please, tiny Mio.
Please. And don't call me tiny.
Oh, okay, hang on. Whoa. Okay, 1, 2, 3, jump. Oh crap! No, I got stuck on the edge. Okay, 1, 2, 3, jump.
Oh.
Hang on, might help if I'm in human form. Okay, 1, 2, 3, jump. Okay, turn it to the direction because I think you can rotate yourself to whatever direction fits you. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought that might. Never mind. Whoa. Stop. Okay, 1, 2, 3, jump.
Oh, god damn it.
Hang on.
It's
Maybe you do the 1, 2, 3, because then like I'll know when to jump.
actually, can you even jump that high with your? Yeah, you need to be monkey. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh wait, damn it.
Whoop.
I spoke too soon. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Okay.
Hang on, wait.
Yep.
Okay, I got it. Now there you go. If you just put that one out. Oop. Okay. Now rotate it. Hang on. Wait. Okay. Hang on. Whoa. Stop. Slow down. All right. Now rotate.
2.
Okay.
Yeah, cause see how. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Monkey Mio, yeah!
Don't break my concentration.
Hang on. Wait. All right, now. All right. 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
1 second. I just got a text message I need to check.
Not to worry.
All right. This is a very cool scene.
Yeah.
Despite this simulation pickle we found ourselves in,
No,
I do
I
believe
need
we'll
to
be
go
all
this
right
way.
in the end.
But we have no idea what it will take to escape this mess.
When in doubt,
What?
choose hope.
I'm not kidding when I say this, but I think you're positive.
Okay, maybe you need to jump that. You ready?
Inspiring.
Okay. Yep.
3,
that was
2,
not where I was going.
1.
Remember, no one
There we
offends
go.
Mother Earth and gets away with it.
Please don't kill me.
There we go. So that leaves that gap there. Awesome. And then there's going to be a gap somewhere.
All right.
Oh, okay. You ready? So jump
Okay,
forward.
yep.
3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
Oh, good timing.
Yeah. And then there you go. There's your thingamadiggy there.
All right, stomp that stump.
Yeah. Smash.
Monkey smash.
On your feet, Mio.
Okay, why does this feel like a Donkey Kong reference?
Crunchy.
Gross.
Huh, you taste a bit like wool.
Okay, so that's not far enough. Okay, cool.
Okay, maybe about there.
You're making my fur pasty.
Because I can't get to those things. Alright, and then you... Oh, so this raises the water. And then you jump.
Whee!
And move it here. It's like a dam!
Hot damn!
Yeah, work those adorable legs.
There we go. Dunk. And then... Alright, so move that, and then...
Don't get caught.
Oh. Oh, okay, I see what we need to do.
Try to stay alive.
So you need to go into the gap. Oh, okay, so maybe I need to make the gap. Oh, there we go, look at that. They're stuck.
Okay, move it. Oh, dang it.
They move. Okay, that's not fair. Alright, maybe move here. And then, there we go. Oh, that's weird. And then that's gonna be camouflage.
Okay, grow.
Oh wait, no.
Wait. Okay,
Go.
grow.
Alright.
Wait, hang on.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, that was way too close.
There we go. Oh, I don't have a way to help you there.
Whee, monkey!
Part of the food chain.
Monkey. Definitely a DK reference with a barrel cannon. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, definitely felt like there was a DK reference there.
Did you miss me? Oh yeah. Knew it.
Snailed it!
Snailed it. Alright. Let's see. So. Oh, I see. Okay, so dink.
Whoa. So now walking trees. But of course. Yeah, that's sort of right. Sort of. Look, Mio! Another side story!
Oh, there it is.
By the way, Zoe, for a story about an impending ice age, like, where's the snow?
Well, the Ice King's reach hasn't gotten to these parts yet. Why?
I don't know, but shouldn't the bad guy have more presence in the story?
If I ever want your feedback, I'll let you know.
No, that's some valid feedback. Don't be objecting to that.
Yeah.
That is valid feedback, because I was like, oh, there isn't that much ice. There needs to be way more ice in this thing. Oh, and this looks like it's gonna do... Was this disco? Oh, no. It was just because of a background that made it look like disco.
UFO?
Let's see.
What is this?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Fresh spice.
our new and hopeful
Oh, that's a GLaDOS ripoff.
all hope that this aspiring duo will be the lucky ones who get to survive.
Get to survive.
Are you ready? I can't hear you. Woohoo! Let the games begin.
Alright.
Is this some sort of wicked game show? What? I have a soft spot for game shows.
Tonight, we're going to play Bomb Toss. The rules are easy. I'm going to give you a bomb. Then, simply go from A to B and put the bomb in the bomb container. Here, give it a try. Toss it to each other a couple of times. Feels good, doesn't it?
Ow.
So you grab it.
Glug, 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 glug.
Oh, okay, so...
Okay, so I've got to actually catch it.
Yeah, okay.
Good job.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I'll be real with
We
you.
mentioned this minor detail. The bomb will explode if you hold on to it for too long. So without further ado, start the show.
Alright.
This night's gonna be something else. Can you feel it?
You needed the bomb.
Mind the fuse.
Because I think... Because like they said, it's only available for a few seconds, so...
Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
Better toss the bomb before it's too late.
Bombs, didn't it? Chuck it. Bye-bye.
There we go.
Let's kick it up a notch. Same thing as before, but with a sprinkle of extra fun. Everybody ready? I know I am. Let's go!
Stay focused. That was only the warm-up. Only the warm-up.
Okay, when you're ready, go.
You'll need to throw it sooner than that. Oh, wait, is there a wall? Yeah, there's a... Oh, maybe... No.
Oh, we gotta be on the jump platforms.
What do you mean, be able to jump platforms?
The little circles, they're...
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait here. Now.
Running out of time. I've got the bomb.
There we go. Next one, next one.
Okay, wait.
Holding grenade.
Yep, there we go, there we go, there we go.
Dump the bomb.
Nice. It's taking a few tries, this one. This one's a bit of a weirdies.
The heat, shall we?
Yeah.
Make things a bit more dangerous. And let wild emotions run, well, wild.
Alright, so what's this one?
Can't wait to see how this plays out.
Okay, looks like there's some breaks that we're gonna have to go through. Okay.
Alright, so I'll throw
Before we turn the corner, before we turn the corner, throw it to me.
Never hold back expenses on
Shit.
technics.
Did you run into a thingy?
Yeah, well, I didn't realize there was the fireworks there. Fuck! I keep hitting the flamethrowers. I'm sorry.
So it looks like there's 2 flamethrowers during the wall. Alright, you ready?
Yep, go.
Alright, throwing it to you. You ran into them where they were on. I saw you run into them.
Okay, well let me throw it back to you before we run.
What's better than a game show? A game show on!
Oh, I've missed the grab. I'm sorry.
Okay, get to the end, throw it to me, then I'll throw it back to you.
Yep, throw it back. Throw it. Stop.
Oh, damn it.
I
think we gotta get around at least around the corner before we throw it back.
Oh, okay, so you want to go like 1, 2 corner, right?
Oh, hang on. One second. I gotta. I'll be right back. I just gotta unlock the door quickly for something.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, fair enough. All cool. All cool. Hi there, chat. Hey there, Angro. Did it though, good job. Yeah, we're passing the bomb here and there. It's working. We're doing our best. Excuse me. Ugh. Alright.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. We're all good?
Yep.
Alright, so you want to do, not just taking the right, but also going forward and to the left. Is that it?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if that bomb's gonna reach round the corner.
Alright.
Alright.
Fuego is the Spanish word for fire.
Yep, here we go. Throw it back to me.
Alright. Throw it over to me.
It's open.
It's annoying that they pause during all that.
Yeah.
Great. I just... Was that... Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Never mind. What a thrill to broadcast live, isn't it? Now, my hopeful contestants, meet a friend of mine.
Get ready, Zoe. Bring it on.
Oh,
no.
this bitch.
Okay, so...
Okay, it's gonna be throwing the bomb in order to avoid getting hit by that thing.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, go.
The greatest
Throw it.
on this side of the Milky Way.
Throw it.
Ah, darn it.
Yeah, because... Alrighty.
Alright, 3,
Two.
2, 1, grabbing.
Alright. Throw it.
Can almost cut through the tension.
Throw it. There we go. That was a lot easier to do because it was like, oh yeah, it would get thrown.
How did that happen?
It followed the bomb.
I think they could.
Yay, we beat the reality game. Oh, we didn't.
Not yours. You're gonna have to just get him on the line as soon as. Oh, hey, we're back. Hello. Let's continue.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Okay, more jump platforms. Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Time TV show for the whole family.
Toss it.
Toss it.
Toss it. Alright, tossing.
My show goes perfect with Friday night tacos.
You also saw it, like, it went up a little bit, but then it went back down. So it looks like...
Yeah.
In the world that gives you certain excitement and certain death.
We need to blow up that Jumbotron sucker before this whole arena collapses.
Alright. Who's got the bomb? You've got the bomb.
I got it. Okay. Ready?
Ready.
This might get me fired.
Toss it. Ah, damn it. I thought I could jump over the thing, but...
Yeah, I get what you were going at.
Sequence.
Alright, ready?
Ready.
Go.
Sells a lot of tickets.
Alright, throwing.
Throwing.
You will not survive.
Oh shit, I didn't see you throw the...
Oh, okay. I thought because of the jump we were... Alright.
Die, die, die.
Alright.
Yep.
Throwing.
Sorry. I thought I could time.
No one ever escapes.
Throwing.
Caught. Throwing.
Caught.
The people
Throwing.
Caught. Throwing.
Oh shit, sorry. I went straight for the hatch.
Oh, the hatch. Oh, okay, I see. So you have to lift the hatch. Okay.
No, you throw it. No. So you throw it when you get that jump.
Yep.
I'll catch, and then you use the hatch.
Alright, sounds good.
I promised them your corpses.
Throwing.
Catching. Throwing.
Caught.
But I have rigged this game.
Throwing.
Caught. So I throw to you, and you do the...
Yep. Ah, crap.
Alright.
Alright, throw it to me before we do the jump.
Okay. Alright.
Alright, throwing. Ah, crap. My bad, I done fucked up.
Yeah, I fucked up
All
there
right.
too.
3, 2, 1. Throwing.
Throwing
Wrong
where?
direction, no nuts.
What?
Wrong
Throwing?
direction.
Throwing where?
Okay, let's try this again. Okay, now throwing.
Count.
Ah, crap.
Throwing.
Caught. Hang on. Throwing.
Caught.
Shit. Throw it.
Throw it.
Caught. Throwing.
Throwing.
Alright, up. Throwing.
Ah!
Damn! Whoa, that was close!
Yes! Jump! What?
Ridiculous. Did it.
I think that's probably a point to call it on a win.
Yeah, no, I'm fine for calling it here. What time is it? 3:30?
It is 3:30.
Yeah, so I've been streaming for like the last 45 minutes.
7 hours almost, yeah.
Yeah, almost 7 hours. So if I go quick game, since last save less than a minute ago. Okay, cool. So it
Cool.
has been saved in the last minute. So yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Oh, that was so much fun. We definitely have to do more of this game.
Absolutely. I think co-op is like, it's really fun, and it was very enjoyable being able to play with you again. I'll need to also figure out where to put Angril's artwork on like my little cork board over here. It's getting a little bit.
It is getting a little crowded, isn't it?
It is getting a little crowded, but I like doing the crowded thing is the thing. So I'll probably put it in that blank spot where the like one of the earlier himbo thingamadiggies get covered. So then that way it's between. I think that bottom one is the one in the bottom left. I think that one might be Izzy or someone, and then that further. So between the sketch and the colored on top, so it goes over. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to think of a place for it. Well, I mean, it's gonna go in the slideshow, so.
Yeah, like I feel like a slideshow would be appropriate for like an ending portion of the stream, but I like having. I don't know. I just like the look of a cork board, personally speaking.
Oh, I getcha.
So yeah, so that's the one I like going for. Oh. Thank you so much for playing Split Fiction with me. We'll have a discussion on the next time we play this, because like
for sure.
Because you're on the night shift on some of your days. Cookie for Angril. Here's your cookie, Angril. So yeah, because you're on the night shift going forward. I will be back on like, you know, working full time 9 to 5 kind of thing next week.
Yeah.
So we'll need to figure out like a day that works where I come back from home and such like that. I'm normally starting my streams at like 6 p.m. So we might do it as a Saturday thing or something else.
Yeah, no. Well, Saturdays are my work days, so
Yeah.
Friday would definitely be the main one, I'd say.
Friday might be a main one then? Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send you a message as follow up on that and all that. But yeah, thank you so much.
Sure thing. Not a problem. Glad we had a good time.
Awesome. Glad to have fun with you too. So yeah. Yeah, so as Code and I mentioned, that's probably going to be it for us today. Because I also want to do late night shopping because, you know, it's Thursday. It's a thing Australians in Queensland do. Do you have late night shopping in Victoria?
Not really late night shopping, but like, you know, I like to go shopping probably around this time because less people and stuff like that.
No. What I mean is that do you have stores that normally stores close at like 4 or 5 p.m., but there's like one day in the week where it's quote unquote late night shopping. So a lot of stores close at 9 p.m.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about. All right. Who do you think we should go and raid into?
Let's see. Space Yeen's doing some random horrors.
All right, let me just change to following then. Because I've got Yeen vibes. I've got Ozlupo doing Saints Row 2. I've got Ripper, who's just started doing workers and resources for the Soviet Republic. So
weird.
That's honestly kind of funny.
Doma Fox is doing Pikmin 2.
Doma who, sorry?
Doma Fox.
Alright, I'm gonna need a type. So, Doma...
DOMAFOX.
Yep, I see them. They're in there. Alright. Off to Westfield? Yeah, heading to Westfield. Angril, you were the other okay. I have a furry I have a recent furry friend in my friend circles, and they're gonna need to look for a ref sheet or something like that. They want to go for like Twinkie Coyote or no Twinkie Jackal or something like that. So definitely need to find artists and what have you in Australia for all that kind of nonsense. But talk to you that another time. All right, we'll go into Doma Fox. So how long have they been streaming now? 2.5 hours? All right, so...
Yeah, 2.5 hours.
Alrighty, let's go get ready to raid into Doma Fox. We're just gonna go with the short and sweet himbo raid. So there's our message. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes. Here's the message without it. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I will be back online Friday morning. So it's either going to be Blueprints or South of Midnight or Oblivion. It's gonna be something. I won't be playing through Split Fiction without Code, but we'll figure that out for next week. And yeah, Code, when's the next time people might find you streaming?
I will probably stream a little later on tonight. I might do some more Oblivion because fuck me, am I having a good time with that?
It's honestly fun. I definitely can see myself playing a little bit of Oblivion off stream as well, just to do a little bit of level grinding and what have you. So totally understand.
Yeah.
So yeah. But for everyone else, thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream as we leave this afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. As we go right into Doma Fox, I will hopefully see you all tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Alrighty.